Good afternoon, all. Maybe for somebody who logs in online, good morning to you. I'm Jihyun Kim from the Konkuk University, and at the same time, Korean National Committee for UNESCO. And I have an honor to moderate the welcoming session today for the heritopolis program for the heritopolis Seoul meeting, Heritage Within Metropolis, Metropolis as Heritage. It'll be organized for 3 days in Seoul, Korea, thanks to the support by Chris and a host, of course, by the OWHCAP, ACOMAS Korea, and the main organizing body will be the World Heritage Research Center of Konkuk University. To begin with, let me invite Mr. Ho Jin Kim, Secretary General of the World Heritage Cities Asia Pacific Regional Secretariat through the video message. I guess he cannot make it today due to other commitments in for the foreign business trip. So he kindly sent us the video message shortly. So I'm going to ask the secretary to share the video now.
Distinguished World Heritage experts, scholars, students, and guests, I would like to warmly welcome all of you to the heritopolis. I'm Kim Ho-jin, Vice Mayor of the City of Gyeongju and the Secretary General of the OWHCAP Regional Secretariat. I have always highly valued your researches on the preservation and the management of the World Heritage and World Heritage Cities. I am certain that your important work will greatly help World Heritage Cities all over the world. Also, our young students of World Heritage can learn so much from the heritopolis. I hope that heritopolis will be a meaningful place where valuable ideas are exchanged and shared for the benefit of all humanity. I am deeply grateful to you for all your dedication and hard work. I believe that together we can do better with our World Heritage and World Heritage Cities. And I also believe that with your participation, this heritopolis is the right place for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I believe his heart will be with us all the time during the event as a important co-host. Let me invite this time another important host of this event, Professor In-ho Song, as a representative ACOMAS Korea. He's the president currently, and he's with us online for his congratulatory remarks. Yeah. Well, actually, sorry, it was opening remarks. So Professor Song, floor is yours.
Hello. Yeah, distinguished guest, I'm Professor In-ho Song, and also I am the president of ACOMAS Korea. It's nearly good to see you in Seoul this year after last December meeting of 2021. Also, it is great to have heritopolis steering committee members here to join us on site meeting as the corona situation has fortunately improved in Korea. As you know, today's metropolises, including Seoul, are the source of our innovation, knowledge, creativity, and inspiration. At the same time, there are various heritages within the metropolis from the past, along with the metropolis itself as heritage. We may confront new challenges, how to approach and study the various issues around heritages in relation to the metropolis, responding to local and global crises such as climate change. Although here are some basic concepts agreed by international community, including the SDGs, New Urban Agenda of UN Habitat, and the history of our landscape, we need to continuously make an effort to share solutions with others and to establish international guidelines together for managing the heritage of metropolises. I hope this meeting can bring rich discussions and consensus enough to have heritopolis initiative able to contribute to management of metropolitan heritage and to develop more international research projects. I can say that Becomes Korea is willing to take part of heritopolis initiatives. Especially, I would like to express my gratitude to 7 distinguished guests who are eager to make such a long journey to Seoul. Please enjoy your staying here in Seoul. Additionally, I would like to say many thanks to Professor Jae-hyun Choi and his team for the effort to prepare this meeting. Also, I appreciate the support from the OWHC Asia Pacific and Chris to make this meeting possible. I wish all of you have a meaningful time in Seoul and have successful meetings. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Song. I could, feel the expectation for our event from e-commerce Korea, and I do hope we can meet his expectation with a fruitful discussion today until Wednesday. Now, let me invite 3 representatives of 3 different, organization involved in this heritopolis event in Seoul this time. First of all, let me invite Mr. Young Jae-jeon, president of the Konkuk University, who is organizing this event. I guess he sent us the kind video message. So is it ready? Yeah, please share it with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Young Jae-jeon, the president of Konkuk University. It's my honor to welcome all of you to Konkuk University in hosting the Heritopolis Seoul Meeting 2022, which is local organized by World Heritage Research Institute and directed by Professor Jae-hyun Choi. Konkuk University is located in Seoul and celebrating its 100th anniversary in 2031 and is making great effort to become a world-class university recognized throughout the world. Moreover, we have proudly established the World Heritage Department that offers master's and doctoral program in graduate school since 2014, which is the first one in Korea. We currently have over 30 talented students studying in this department. This meeting is important to develop common views toward metropolitan heritage in the era of the many global challenges like climate change, metropolitanizations, and globalizations. I hope the Koreans who experience rapid urbanizations can help to create and reinforce research framework. For instance, how to deal with the metropolitan heritage for the next generations by sharing valuable experience of international communities. I would like to apologize for not being able to meet you due to other schedule, but I hope all of you who have visited Konkuk University may bring hope and dream back to your home. Please have a comfortable and successful meeting on our beautiful campus. Thank you very much.
Okay, I thank you on behalf of the organizers to Mr. Jan who delivered this video congratulatory message to us for this event. Let me invite the representative UN Habitat Metro Hub. Since we have Mr. Rafael Ferrero here, maybe he can say some few words on behalf of the organization. Floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. I'm very happy and very glad to be here with you. I would like to start to thank to Konkuk University team for having us, and of course of all the Heritopolis initiative members, also for counting with UN Habitat as partner of this important initiative. Let me say that this support that we are trying to make to Heritopolis initiative comes under the framework of a global program that we established in 2017, which is called Metro Hub, and is about supporting metropolitan and regional global development, which within that program, we have, of course, capacity building, networking, and research work. And we strongly believe that the work with universities are a fundamental one to implement new urban agenda and other international development agendas. We realized several years ago that UN and other international cooperation organizations, capacities and efforts are not enough. And of course, we need partners, and several of you are those important partners for this implementation. We always realize that the significance of culture and heritage for new urban agenda and for SDGs, and especially taking into account the SDG 11.4, which has a strong component on culture, on heritage for sustainable development. And of course, we have to talk of the metropolitan scale if we want to talk about sustainable development. Definitely, the metropolitan scale is becoming increasingly important in the last year, and this is because 1/3 of humanity is already living in metropolitan spaces. This is equal to 60% of global urban population in almost 2,000 metropolis around the world. But I think that the most worrying message that we have found on these worldwide metropolises is that there is a global metropolitan gap. Almost the 85% of global metropolis do not have neither a metropolitan institution nor a metropolitan plan. And this is why we need to find new entry points for metropolitan management. And we from UN Habitat believe that culture and heritage are strong entry points for that. So of course, I invite you and I encourage you all who are following us digitally that during these 2 days, we try to find the metropolitan insights of heritage and the metropolitan insights of culture, because those key messages will help us to improve these transforming global agendas, and of course, to implement SDGs during this decade of action. So thanks a lot for having us. We have a lot of and good expectations of this gathering, and we will try to support and to improve the debate during these days. Thanks again.
Thank you, Rafael, for your kind congratulatory message. I can feel that, this agenda of today is very important in the context of UN Habitat as well. And I believe, we really have a good discussion over it during the event. Okay, lastly, let me invite Mr. Hyun-Soo Kang, the director of the Korean Research Institute for Human Settlements, KRIS. I believe he also, sent us his kind congratulatory video message. So the secretary, please share his message with us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Korea. This is Hyun-Soo Kang, the president of Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements, so-called KRIHS, KRIS. On behalf of KRIS, the supporting institution of this event, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the distinguished guests attending today's meeting, and it's my pleasure to welcome all the participants for this program to share our knowledge. As we all know, metropolis is the main feature of the human settlements of our generation. Since metropolises are the place of innovation, knowledge, creativity, inspiration, and multi-territorial collaboration, the heritage and diversities encompassed in the metropolis should be considered the main resource to be delivered to the next generations. Over the years, heritopolis has addressed the role of cultural and natural heritages in planning, designing, and managing the 21st century metropolis. I firmly believe this notable contribution promoting sustainable development goals and improving quality of life is made possible by global leaders and visionaries, UN partners, including policymakers, urban planning agencies, experts, researchers, and civil society. In this regard, Korea has come to share a number of policies and experiences regarding metropolitan heritage by building a solid global network. With the process of establishing development plans, making policies, and implementing them through experts and administrators in various fields, Korea can play in contributing to vibrant urban cultures and histories, particularly in the context of globalization. As one of the institutions that established national plans and policies in Korea, our institute, Korea Research Institute for Human Settlements, so-called KRIS, has also led metropolitan and regional development systems and shown how to achieve meaningful multi-level governance and maximizing social economic sustainability and resilience. Now, we are striving to share our experience and knowledge with the international community and partner countries. By this opportunity, we will exchange the urban, regional, and national level development experiences and draw some lessons for all of the agencies. I hope that this program can contribute to encouraging the mutual learning process. This will be a venue for groundbreaking research and creative knowledge. Also, I wish this program could be a chance to develop follow-up cooperation, and I expect continuous collaboration among participants to develop a deeper relationship between not only KRIS and participants, but also participants each other. Once again, I would like to extend my congratulations on this conference. Thank you for not only your participants, but also all of your hard work. I wish you a meaningful time during this program and the best of luck everywhere you are. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gang. I could feel his passion and enthusiasm in this topic, and I look forward to our session 3 concerning KRIS and UN Habitat joint session with partners to further develop our ideas together. Okay, so this is it for the welcoming session, and I guess we saved some time thanks to the efficient organization of the organizers here, the Konkuk University team. So I think without further ado, we can move on to session 1, right? We're gonna have some break. Okay, we're gonna have a short break, and then we're gonna start session 1 in about 10 minutes at 3:30. GMT 9 sharply. So I will see you in, okay, how many minutes? Is it 10 minutes? Okay, let's see in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I think we are ready to start session 1, the future of heritopolis. This session will going to be led by 4 speakers, and they were going to share their own ideas about the heritopolis. This one, I mean, some were going to share the origin of this idea, and some were going to share their ideas for the our future works. So let me invite one by one. And first of all, let me invite Professor Francisco Bandarin, currently advisor to ICROM, but former ADG for Culture of UNESCO, such an expert in this field for a long time, whom I respect personally a lot. So he was going to share his idea about the heritopolis beyond whole historic urban landscape. So floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Thank you
Francisco.
very much. Thank you very much, Jihan, and good afternoon, good morning to all of you. In this session, we will go from past to future. I've been asked to sort of talk about the transition and where we come from, and the idea will be to sort of show you very quickly some the basis of our reflections and where we have started. Almost I would say, well, maybe 2 decades ago, thinking about the historic city, thinking about the way in which the historic city was managed, preserved at that time, and thinking about the new challenges that were already very clearly coming to the forefront during the first decade of our century. Now, very simply, and I will be very short because we have only 10 minutes for this presentation, but of course this will require a little bit more longer examination. But very shortly, let me say that urban heritage was not considered heritage until very late, perhaps even the 1960s of the 20th century. Heritage was, before that, was essentially a concept essentially limited to monuments, archaeological areas, areas that were somehow controlled and managed by historians and by art historians and so on, and archaeologists and so on. But in the 1960s, the idea that heritage could also concern cities came to the forefront very strongly. Started perhaps in France and Italy first with the new legislation that protected historic areas. And then it became slowly a matter of international policy. The World Heritage Convention, as you know, has cities as a type of typology of heritage. In fact, as of today, we have really a very large number. Out of the 1,100 and past sites that are inscribed in the World Heritage List, over 300 are historic cities. So in fact, the category historic city, although it came very late, had a very successful outcome in the World Heritage Convention. But it's only in the 1970s that, with the first recommendation on the historic areas, we have a charter, something that defines what is the object of conservation and how conservation should be done. It's only, in the 1980s, though, that ICOMOS, the International Council of Monuments and Sites, the organization that prepares and develops the theory and the practice of conservation, came to this charter, the Washington Charter, which is in a way a document that remedies to some of the missing parts of the doctrine of the theory of conservation that had been developed up to that time. The idea was very simple at that time. The historic city is, very clearly identified. It's an artifact that somehow can be identified within a perimeter, and within this perimeter, a certain number of regulations, special regulations, either of normative character or of financial subsidy and financial character, can apply in order to preserve the original state and conserve the historic heritage. I think this worked quite well. In fact, in many parts of the world, cities are preserved like this because of this model, the model that was diffused in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. At the same time, it is clear that there's been, a change of perspective on the heritage. Historic cities have not been seen only as a precinct or as like a closed area, but little by little integrated in a larger context. And this is what comes, things become very interesting for us, because gradually the vision on heritage and urban heritage moved from a concept of artifact to a concept of landscape. Landscape is an idea that has been adopted also in the World Heritage Convention back in 1992, but normally applied only to rural areas. What we tried to do about 15 years ago is to assess and see whether cities could also be seen and interpreted and understood as heritage. And this is the origin of the UNESCO recommendation that was finally adopted in 2011, but in fact, prepared in the decade before, which it has been called the recommendation on the historic urban landscape. It's a way to reinterpret the historic city, not only as an object, as an artifact, as a kind of architectural creation, but as a much more complex system that has based on layers that are either historical or natural, that integrate the many other dimensions inside the principles of conservation. Of course, the thing was not particularly original. We didn't invent anything. We just systematized things that were on the ground. I just wanted to remind, for instance, that great planners, like for instance, Kevin Lynch had already stated in his very famous books, Good City Form, the fact that in fact the city is a stream of time is something that reflects an evolution, and in this evolution, the flow of transformations that are happening in the city need to be understood, within their time, but also in a way, allowed to be replaced a long time. Another famous architect, Cedric Price, made this sketch, a very funny sketch, but I'd like to show it to you, describing the three types of cities: the medieval city, the ancient city, which is you see like a walled city with a core, then the 17th, 19th century city, which has a core but also a periphery, and the modern city. I think this vision, although it's very schematic and a little bit funny, as you can see, in a way represents also, the transition that we have gone through. We want to move from something that is close and clearly identified to something that is multipolar and diverse. Obviously, if we take a city like Los Angeles, it is very difficult to apply the system of regulations and planning principles that have been defined for the historic city, to a complex like this. So we need to adjust it. On top, during the same period, something very important happened around the world. And as you certainly remember that the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015. So it was really mature for a very different interpretation of cities. At that time, UNESCO produced an important document, which is called Culture, Urban Future, which defines and analyzes ways in which heritage and culture can play a role in urban policies. And this was all brought to the great conference, Habitat 3, organized by the UN Habitat and on behalf of the United Nations, where I think it was well received because it was, a way to, somehow also innovate in the practice that had been pursued at that time by the United Nations. In fact, the Habitat 3 resolution, the agenda, urban agenda, is quite rich in cultural dimensions. Since then, we have tried to go beyond. As you can see, we have gone from very static principles, a city as an artifact, to a more dynamic one, the city as a landscape. But we also thought that, perhaps we were staying in a very limited kind of field, because cities are a different size and scale matters. This is why heritopolis was identified as an area of advancement and research, feeling that the metropolis is not really a city in a traditional sense, but is a context that requires a very different type of interpretation paradigms and models and so on. So we developed this international group of people. We'll talk more in the coming hour that has done, research, a survey, and so on, and has presented some results already, both at the World Urban Forum this year and the Mondia Cult conference that just took place a few weeks ago in Mexico, just presenting some early results, early ideas of and early returns of our survey. So we don't have really yet a full plan for the future, but we have some ideas, and certainly, allow me to throw a few. We will need in the coming 2 years to advance our research and our work in some directions. For instance, certainly we will have to propose some guidelines for metropolitan heritage in order to define it and help also metropolitan planners to see how they can be part of this new interpretation of the city. We probably will have to define some tools, a toolkit. I call it a handbook, but a toolkit for practical implementation of these principles. And at some point, we will have to define policies and perhaps link much closely what we do to the urban agenda that has been defined in 2016 by the Habitat 3 conference. So overall, and I close with this, I think we must have a goal. You can see also the goal of Morocco the other day, a goal which is new metropolitan heritage policies. This is what we are aiming to. Of course, this requires a lot of research, a lot of study, interpretation, and so on, exchanges, coalitions, alliances, and so on. But I think that that's what we really want to achieve, is to have established within the international frameworks the field of metropolitan heritage policies as a new field of action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francisco, for your wonderful presentation about the expansion of the notion of heritage, back in 1960s, 70s, until which is related to the complexity of metro big cities nowadays. Yeah, I really like the ideas of scrambled city as a like image of the modern city nowadays. And you do presented some early ideas of the heritopolis, this initiative, about the research project and some developing guidelines and toolkits and so on. And I think this, your suggestion is very much related to our second presentation. Will be led by Professor David Simon. He will going to suggest some research agenda from the Heritopolis Global Report. And I do believe he will going to share very interesting ideas for the future from now on. He's a professor of the Department of Geography of University of London. And he's also editor-in-chief, Global Social Challenges Journal. So I'll be looking forward to listening to his ideas from now on for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jihon, and welcome to everybody joining us online, whether it's morning early, morning not so early, or afternoon. You will have seen on one of the slides that Francesco just showed the cover of the report that we produced earlier this year in time for the World Urban Forum in Katowice in Poland, which pulled together the initial conclusions from our survey, sort of baseline survey that we undertook in 9 of the metropolises that joined Heritopolis early on and decided to undertake the survey to establish baseline conditions therein. There are several more currently undertaking the survey, and we will integrate their findings into that early in the new year, and then we will use that as the basis for refining our research agenda as the next stages. So all I really want to do now is to highlight some of the key conclusions that we reached from that survey. Inevitably, there was a lot of individual variation. There was huge diversity. But the whole point of a systematic comparative analysis is to try to find out how far we can compare without either getting into the minutiae of the individual exceptions or generalizing so broadly that they become banal. And this report tries to find that middle ground. The first generalization, which I'm then going to qualify immediately, is that the older metropolises, mostly in high-income countries, or certainly in OECD countries, tend to have relatively well-established structures with a long tradition or long history and significant responsibilities for heritage. Mostly that applies to natural rather than cultural heritage, and crucially, it's often at the strategic level rather than the more detailed level, because many of those powers, especially those for cultural heritage, tend to sit with the individual municipalities or other local government units within the metropolis. There are exceptions. Maybe we shouldn't name the individuals, but what is also significant is where a metropolis also is the national capital city of a country, because then they tend to have greater political significance. There tends to be more resourcing, greater attention to heritage than where the metropolis is not. What underlies many of the findings that we assessed was really the nature and the appropriateness of the balance of power, responsibilities, and resources for both natural and cultural heritage among the national, the regional, provincial, if you like, or state levels, and the local government at the metropolitan municipal level in each country. How they defined the nature of those relationships varies from country to country, and in some cases also within a country according to the size and the strategic importance of the individual cities. Where there is a two-tier structure between a sort of metropolitan overarching strategic authority and the individual local government units, the metropolitan authority, if it has any heritage responsibilities at all, tends to be mainly strategic. Broad policy, trying to coordinate, and so on. It tends, as I say, to be more about natural heritage than cultural, more about tangible, the monuments and sites that Francesca was talking about, than the intangible. And that also highlights that there is a research priority to make sure that the intangible, the cultural, doesn't get marginalized and lost. And that's something we can come back to when we think about the future agenda. Even within a metropolis, there is great diversity. And again, as a generalization, but using the autonomous city of Buenos Aires and Tel Aviv municipality as good examples, the municipality that occupies the historic center, if you like, of the metropole tends to be the best resourced, to have the highest capacity, to be where many of the older historical natural and cultural heritage sites are located, and to have more priority attached to heritage conservation in whatever way they envisage it. By contrast, the more peripheral municipalities around the edges, where it gets to the urban edge or the peri-urban interface, they tend to be poorer, they tend to be less well-resourced, they tend to be concerned not just with urban issues, but also with peri-urban and some rural issues, and heritage tends to be valued much less. What that sometimes leads to is a kind of slippage in the way in which people talk. So they tend to talk about Buenos Aires this and Buenos Aires that, or Tel Aviv this and Tel Aviv that. But what they actually mean is that rump municipality rather than the metropolitan one, in terms of those powers and responsibilities and the reputation in relation to heritage. What is certainly clear is that when we take both the metropolitan authority and the individual local government entities within that together, there are only a handful that would have what would be widely recognized as adequate and adequately integrated, sufficiently coherent and well-resourced cultural and natural heritage policies and programs. Where they do exist, and even where they are adequately resourced, they tend by and large to be backward looking in time, historically focused on conserving what was and making sure that it is, but not so much concerned with how we make the future out of the past and the present. And that again highlights one of the key issues that we have to address in the future agenda. And Eric Hoebrecht is going to talk more about that in his contribution just now. I think the initiative that we took, the comparison we undertook, highlights that there is a need for this Heritopolis initiative. There is considerable potential to enhance the role of the metropolis in whatever form it takes in different places, in integrating heritage more appropriately, making it more forward-looking, and crucially seeing it as a set of assets and resources, both tangible and intangible, as key parts of making the metropolis sustainable and resilient. I don't only mean that in respect of cultural, of climate change and environmental change, but in terms of cultural sustainability and identity as well. So in conclusion, we drew attention to two related issues that do require this further attention. The first one is, again, looking across the world at those cities that have reported, the question of how, if at all, indigenous or traditional cultural sites and monuments, events, rituals, and other more intangible cultural practices are included within the metropolitan approach to heritage raises a challenge that needs to be problematized. It requires investigation, and in many cases, it requires action to make sure that they are not lost and they are not written out of the present and the future in the way that happened, for example, under imperial and colonial control, where they were written out of the past. In multicultural and culturally and ethnically diverse and socioeconomically unequal context, which is probably true of the majority of metropolitan areas on this planet, and particularly where they had a colonial or imperial history, these issues become really important because they're linked to power relations, to structural inequality, to all the different inequalities embedded within the built environment that make certain communities marginalized, segregated, and feeling that their heritage is not represented by the majority or the dominant one of those societies. And we can give numerous examples, they're in the report. But to make a simple point, one metropolis like Seoul, where we are now, which is much more culturally homogeneous than the majority, is probably an exception, and where many of the issues I've just mentioned are much less contested than would be the case elsewhere. The second point really repeats one of the things I said in passing, and that is that existing laws, ordinances, regulations, and enforcement of them still tend to focus much more on tangible assets, physical sites and monuments, and green open space. The official histories, monuments, and heritage policy, as I just said, reflect the dominant interests in each case. These are defined historically, geographically, socioeconomically, ethno and culturally, and sometimes also, of course, politically. So becoming more inclusive will be crucial to gain trust and, if you like, buy-in from the marginalized groups as part of making the metropolis, however we imagine or live and experience it and want it to be in the future, sustainable and resilient. So let me leave it there and we can come back to discussion afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your kind presentation. It was very informative to know the major results of the report that was conducted early this year. And I'm so glad to hear that there will be additional case studies to be added by next January. and looking forward to having that one. And your conclusion from the report was really interesting because you addressed the necessity of further research on the intangible cultural heritage elements within the metropolis. And I do believe it is the process of going for more inclusive policy in metropolitan level in terms of the heritage. Okay, let me move to our third speaker, Mr. Eric Hybrecht from the Institute Paris region. He's an architect and he's a urban and regional planner as well, and having lots of experiences working in metropolitan government level. And I believe he's gonna share his ideas of subjects viewing metropolis as a heritage. So he's gonna share his PowerPoint with us for 10 minutes presentation. Yeah, and yeah, you can use like that way. So floor is yours, Eric.
Oh, thank you very much. So 10 minutes, it's short, but we have a lot to say. Just a few ideas about the metropolis as a heritage. This is my topic. So as Rafa says, we are in a world of metropolis with 1/3 of the urban population. The world population is living in metropolitan area, and that will increase in the next decades. And so this we can consider till now that it is our legacy in our global civilization. So the question is, what are the attributes of the metropolis? How we can characterize the metropolis? What are the objects? What are the artifacts? What are the main features that we can consider? So we can say, somebody will say it is the connection, because the metropolis is a node, so the connection with the rest of the world. It could be the airport, of course, the railway station. It could be also the fair and exhibition centers. It could be also the data centers. And so what connects the metropolis with the rest of the world? It could be the harbor, of course, but it could be also the central business district. So the place where there is big connection. But the metropolis is not only that, it is also inside the metropolis, there is a large diversity of urban fabric, for example, or elements. Here in Paris, you have the Haussmann part, and you have the La Défense, which is totally different and are part of the metropolis itself. We can say that this is in Seoul. This is before there was a highway. Now it is public space. So it's a part of the we can say the infrastructure, the public space, motorway, and this public space are part of the system of public space of the city. So it is what feed the city itself with the people. And we change. So we can say that inside the metropolis, it is moving from time to time. And from a river, we go to a motorway, and we go back to the river, and to have a public space open to the public. Yeah? And so this is not something static. And so this gives some question about the conservative approach on the metropolis. We can say what happened when this is Paris renewal around the metro. And so we are transforming the close suburb of Paris with a huge project. It's more than 30 million square meter of new square meter around the station, around 68 new stations. And so we are reshaping the city itself, the metropolis itself. And so we see that we're in moving element. It's not static. And so just come back, this one. Here you have the big yellow is the natural parks, the regional parks around Paris. And so you see inside the metropolis, you have the 4,000 monuments in Paris, and you have also big parks, and both nature and culture are connected, are part of the metropolis. And so because the metropolis is both nature and culture. We can say also that there is some permanent elements in the metropolis, which can say the relief, the contour lines, but in the same time, this is the structure of the landscape that remains despite of some change. We keep this structure is part of the DNA of the metropolis. And so this is more permanent, but we change a lot of things on this basis. So I say the metropolis links nature and culture. And in fact, in the policies, this is from the master plan of Paris, the region, we try to connect better the center part of the city to the forest and to the agricultural areas. So this is, it's not static again, but we try to put nature inside the urban areas and so. Now, this is a project where we're working with our students in Paris, École d'Urbanisme de Paris, and Gustave Eiffel University. We're working on landscape Belvedere, how to see the metropolis, where we see the metropolis, and what is this visual connection between the metropolis and its territory. So this is one part of our research. So the metropolis is also cosmopolitan. And when we speak about identity of the metropolis, it's not comfortable to say that, because by nature, a metropolis is multicultural, is multi-identity. In fact, the culture of the metropolis is the link between all this identity, and that creates something creative, different than other places. And so, of course, the intangible questions, the intangible heritage is part of the definition of the metropolis, but it's not easy to define. The metropolis is also smart. It's place of innovation. It's place of connection, and there is much more. So you can say connectors, smart devices inside the metropolis, and so this change also the way to manage the city itself. And so there is some questions to deal with that. So all of that, we think about the artifact or the attributes of the metropolis, but the main question remains, what is the value of that to make it a heritage? It's not only the definition of the metropolis that we should focus on, but on that, what we want to, I don't want to say keep, but what is important, what is valuable inside. And so we know that culture is important for cities, and cities are there. 11.4 is on culture for the SDGs, but what is the value? So this is our main question. So when we speak about the metropolis and we speak about the value, there is some policies that give more value in the metropolis. Here you have some example in different cities where, including Seoul, Paris, New York, Portland, Montreal, etc., where they change their motorway to public space or urban boulevards. This upgrade, this change the value, the meaning of these areas in large. It's profound. Meaning is different, and so this recovering the connection with the river, with the landscape, etc. They change a lot of things in the city. So this is valuable, but it's not a policy for heritage, but this affects the heritage of the metropolis, in fact, give more value. So there is a lot of change in the metropolis. We have a lot of competition in all cities to reinvent the city and to change the city and to give more value, more innovative, more quality of life. And all of that is part of upgrading the value of the metropolis. So then when we speak about metropolitan heritage, we question the policies that are implemented in the city, not for heritage only, but all when we try to find nature-based solution in the city, it's part, if it's part of the value, valorization of the city, it is part of the upgrading and the increasing the value of the city. And the last question is what governance for the metropolitan heritage? This is in relation with the last sentence of Francisco Vandarin. They say, what are the policy we should implement for metropolitan heritage? In fact, the question is what kind of governance we should have to support this kind of policy. And so I think, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric, for sharing your ideas concerning metropolis as a subject of the heritage, and also it was very interesting to listen to the example of the Paris, like attempting to find the further value on heritage, and you said reinvent. Yeah, it is very interesting, and also some like try to find some new heritage values, in particular intangible cultural heritage, but I have a question about it, so I will keep it for later. Okay, last speaker of this session is Professor Mike Turner, who's the great leader of this heritopolis initiative. And I think he's ready to share his ideas about the global heritopolis agenda. So floor is yours, Mike, for 10 minutes. Okay, it's ready. Okay, I will bring the remote controller there. So here, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jihan. And I think being the last speaker, I'm probably wrapping up a lot of the points which have actually been presented by the three previous speakers. Just to recognize our hosts, our supporters, and our organizers. I think that we've been trying to put this idea of the metropolis on the agenda for many, many years. And I just sort of found one of these historic documents of us in Shanghai and trying to sell the idea, which it just didn't work over here. But anyway, but let's just look at it is that I just widen the subjects which we're actually looking at, because we all have ideas of utopias about when we actually want to actually look at our cities. So if I look at the utopias which have taken place, there's one which is very important, that of Welwyn Garden City. Welwyn Garden City is very interesting because it's not a metropolis. The idea of Ebenezer Howard was 3 magnets, and the idea really is that there'd be a magnet and the advantages and disadvantages of the city, the advantages and disadvantages of the country, and he was proposing the 3rd magnet, which would be town and country together. And if we look at it, in the fact that this is exactly what he was trying to do, not the metropolis. The metropolis started in 1907, and which is a very interesting thing because, in fact, the UN decided that there will be more people living in cities was exactly 100 years later. And I believe that the actual extension of the London Underground to Golders Green and Edgware actually generated this idea of the metropolis, because they said, no, it's not a separate area like Welwyn Garden City. You're 20 minutes from Charing Cross. And that, I think, really highlighted the first time that we actually saw how the metropolis was working. So the word termed, which we have to then change about changing values, is that, yes, it was put on the agenda, but essentially it was always a negative idea. In fact, if we look at then the historical documents, is that the cultural cities, as actually mentioned, it was urban overdevelopment and social decline. So we're now turning around this idea of metropolis. So 2007 was a critical time. According to Thomas Friedman, the main thing is that why we didn't understand why 2007 was so critical, because 2008 was a economic catastrophe and which overshadowed these issues. But it was the time that Facebook came on board, Airbnb, Twitter, all these things happened around 2007. Something amazing happened. So 1907 to 2007 generates exactly where in fact, what we're trying to actually manage within the metropolis. It is an exponential growth, and we're at this time that no longer can we see then the continuity of the city, but we have to then develop a new form, a new animal, which is then the running the metropolis. So the supporting organization institutional parts which we have to look at is also UNESCO to be confirmed or considered, ICOM, ICOMOS, IUCN to be considered, Metropolis currently not, but we should still not throw them out of the window. MTPA, the World Cities Cultural Forum, our World Heritage. There's a lot of activities taking place. And I think that we should look at this as in our next stage about what is the relationship to a lot of people, players, which are actually working onto the area. Now, if we look at the situation which we have now, we can, on the left-hand side, we've got the cities. So we've got 22 people lined up. And then the green on the left-hand side shows that where we actually have institutions involved. The green on the right-hand side where we also have universities involved. So sometimes we have both, sometimes we don't, but we do have to get our act together in actually putting together the actual format. So where do I think the issues which we're actually looking at? The first thing which I want to speak about is spatial sustainability as opposed to temporal sustainability. I'll say a few words about it. The holistic approach of the metro governance, which everybody's highlighted. I want to say just a few words about, to expand Eric's importance about diversities and cosmopolitan in the understanding of multiplicities. Also, perhaps the works of Bergson also needs to be considered. The French were really important in this. Redundancy hypothesis, in other words, we have to take other hypotheses which relate then to the metropolis. And one of the biggest questions about the identity is then the multiplicity of the identities and it's the urban fragmentation. From the COVID, we got the 15-minute communities, and we're looking at the socioeconomic transformations and theories of change. This is something which has been highlighted in the Metro Hub, and I think that this is very, very important about civil society being understanding what are the theories of change. And of course, the harnessing of digital technologies and citizen empowerment. So very quickly look at some of these issues is that, yes, the Sustainable Development from 1987 and Mrs. Brundtland was essentially looking at next generations, but we would actually, if I always tend to quote David Reed, is that whether it is meaningful to talk of sustainable development when we have no certainty of the needs of future generations. Mrs. Brundtland would have absolutely had a fit to try to understand about smartphones and things which are just happening just 20 years afterwards. So we can say that's almost irrelevant. I mean, he's throwing out the idea that that we can understand needs of future generations and what they have. So how close we may be to such conditions implies we need to consider where this is an imprecise idealism unchecked by reality. And I think that this is an important point because we keep on speaking about next generations. I think we're going to speak about, which I'll talk about, is then spatial sustainability. Eric spoke about linking culture and nature, and that is really critical. And the examples of Paris are really wonderful. I think that we have a lot to learn from the integration of systems, which I think connectors, which you spoke about, which I think is really critical. And looking at it is that the nature people have always been up front. So we've got Ramsar and Wetlands Man and Biosphere. We've got World Heritage, we've got MOST, IUCN with their urban protected areas, FAO. So the people in nature are really well ahead. And I think that this is where we have the challenge to discuss with IUCN about how we're going to then manage these activities. So you can just see some of the projects which are taking place, and even to look at certain things like urban biospheres, which the biosphere people are very nervous about, but nevertheless are really very critical. Francesco spoke about the fact that the Vienna Memorandum, which moved us from monuments to include living cities, and which I have actually said, with the opportunities and challenges of tomorrow, we cannot solve the urban problems of today with the architectural tools of yesterday, this is exactly where we were, which initiated our 2011 parts of it. So the whole development was very, very critical because it used the word beyond. And I think that in the same way, and to strengthen what Francesco said, in the same way as that the city was beyond the group of buildings, that the metropolis is beyond the city. So, which means the importance of culture. And here we are in Korea. Amartya Sen, in his famous essay, writes about what happened in Korea and Bangladesh, both of them starting at the end of the Korean War, at the same situation, neither with natural resources, and Korea just jumping like this, and Bangladesh remaining in the same place. His article is really quite amazing to read, but very important. So the idea is that 11.4, which we've mentioned, is that to strengthen efforts to protect, safeguard world's cultural natural heritage, but that's a target, not the goal. The goal, that's the target to achieve making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe. There's no need to protect heritage. The idea is to protect heritage to make the cities safe and inclusive. And we need to take out exactly where it is in other parts of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I've just made a series of places where, in fact, there's a lot of places to actually extend. Francesco meant then the cultural urban future. And then the question is, again, what is the role of culture, whether it is then a fourth pillar, which has been supported by UNESCO. I'm not supporting that approach. And I think that the approach looking at that is then the one on the right, looking at culture as sustainable development, embracing the three spheres as opposed to yet another sphere. They were never called pillars, they were called spheres. So delete pillars. And of course, the social transformations. I mean, our cities are movement. And I love what Eric had said, is that it is this movement which is of change, which is taking place. And I think that we have to recognize they're not static elements as monuments. And just look at the social transformations of Europe. I think a colleague of ours did a DNA test and found from Portugal and found that she was from all over. So I think that that's what we really have to begin to understand. The New Urban Agenda looks at spatial. You can see to the right, they have spatial sustainability, and that is the key. So in the New Urban Agenda, they've got 15 different places where they use the word cultural as an adjective. Cultural interactions, cultural development, cultural diversity, cultural expression, cultural integration, cultural heritage. The numbers there are the paragraphs in the New Urban Agenda which uses it. So it's amazing. So that's where in fact the doors open for us to actually try to explain this. And then when we use culture as a noun, less places, but then it's a driver of sustainable development. So it is then a source of enrichment. Okay, it is then key elements in humanization. So these two parts, culture as a noun and cultural as an adjective, really sort of then exactly where we should be then engaging with the New Urban Agenda. And here's the spatial sustainability as opposed to temporal sustainability. And that's why I think that the metropolis is exactly where we need to be. It is the capacity to have this spatial sustainability, which a city is not sustainable and cannot provide. So the world's metropolises, which we've seen, and then of course, a new metropolis will evolve every 2 weeks in the next 15 years for a total of 429 new metropolises. Well, I mean, that is the image. I think that what is important about whether questioning what we need to talk about is fragmentation and identities. In other words, that the metropolis is so big and its cosmopolitanism, is this a syncretistic or symbiotic relationship? And I think that I'm not too sure, it's a bit of both, but exactly how in fact these identities merge together to create then this image. I just looked at Hampstead and see exactly how it's then gradually taken over as part of a way forward of urban cynicism. And we're looking at the integrative city. I think that we have to challenge UN Habitat in the same way as we have to challenge UNESCO, is that there's a lot of other people around. I mean, look, the UNDRR have got resilient cities, the WHO have got healthy cities, the UNEP have got sustainable cities. Everybody's got something going. I mean, we really need to give some thoughts to this about being holistic in our approach. So the transformative power of urbanism, the city is a cultural construct, and then within the activities of the Metro Hub, we've got then the importance of approaching metropolitan management, and the theory of change which is very, very important. So I'm right almost at the end. I think the most important article which I've read over the past few months, and I have shared with Francesco and others, is this one which appeared in Footprint, and it's quite amazing. And I just like to read the first sentence, that when the city disintegrates into an archipelago of fragments, a new role is imposed on the landscape as a carrier of topographical characterizations, cohesion and continuity. Patterns such as transportation corridors, settlement areas and landscape voids can be regarded as latent macro landscape forms of the metropolitan territory. And I think that the whole article, I think, is really important reading for us all, because I think it does bring together some important ideas about heritage in the metropolis and actually managing what's taking place. Diversity is therefore critical in actually dealing with it. And there are other models which we're actually using. So how we look at gravity models, how we look at then systems which actually do. And I think the most important thing of the metropolis and the metro hub is generating systems, whether in fact looking at them. This is a most amazing story of the development around Vienna and the effects of the railways, and looking then at other aspects of polycentric areas. All these things then challenge us to focus on the historic area of the city. So you spoke about the change. This is, you gave the water in Seoul. This is the area which we went to see, which is quite amazing. It used to look top left, and it now looks like the section on the right. So yes, there's enormous amount of change. So the megacity and region and the polycentric metropolis demands us also to rethink, and perhaps these are ways of thinking about how form can help us then manage then identities, social changes, and other changes within the areas, which look at then with the urban-rural linkages. So these are some of the subjects which I thought that we should be looking at. My last point is that of multiplicities. Of course, the most important person who dealt with this was Bergson, and that was his theory, which he distinguishes between two types of multiplicities. Deleuze actually extends it and expands then the activities. But what is really exciting is he speaks about then the qualitative and territorial and temporal and quantitative and spatial. And I think this is really interesting about how he actually proposes this idea of multiplicities. I think it is important for us to try and think from the philosophers, sort of the language which we can use, which we can bring on board to discuss these aspects. So I just wanted to flag this thing because I think that this might be another aspect. Antonella spoke about different disciplines. There's, okay, not just anthropology, but philosophy has also got something perhaps to share with us. And the digital revolution. What is happening, technology now empowers the individuals rather than external hierarchies. This is what's happening. You know, with this the idea of, we spoke about fake news, everything is happening now. The individual now has an enormous amount of power. This is changing exactly how governance is going to work. So we cannot just simply take the city governance and extend, yes, it's a large municipality. It is a completely different animal. And we have to understand what Eric was saying about smart cities and putting that all together. And it also demands resilience, which is redundancy. Redundancy is an important part of nature. We tend to think that's a waste of time. No, nature works on redundancy. This, we have to have spare wheels on our car. And we also have to think about economic patterns of cooling the city, which can only take place in the metropolis. You can see exactly how, in fact, the views from the Forbidden City to the CBD and how that looks at a drawing from Francesco's article in 1980. and it gives us the urban bathtub. These are sort of like effects of form when you've got sort of urban identities and conservation in each of these areas. So I just end with this one, Don Quixote. When life itself seems lunatic, who knows where madness lies? Perhaps to be too practical is madness, to surrender dreams, this may be madness, too much sanity may be madness, and maddest of all, to see life as it is, not as it should be.
Thank you very much, Mike, for your interesting presentation. Actually, it included so many, like subjects to deal with in heritopolis, and you really casted lots of questions to us, including lots of jobs together. And I really like the importance of the living cities, like Eric also emphasized the changing nature of metropolis, and also like the necessity of the new framework to sort out the future problems. I mean, we cannot solve the urban problems with the past tools, like you said. So that's why we need to talk more about the heritopolis, this agenda. I noticed that we have 4 minutes for session 1, and I think maybe we can accommodate several questions from our online participants, or the participants. I think there are many students on the first floor, in this Konkuk University, or even our speakers among themselves. If you have any comments or questions, it's time for you. Oh, okay. Okay. Remy, you are connected from Nairobi right now? Okay.
Yes, I am.
Hi. Hi. Maybe you can share some comments with us, since it's so nice to see you online.
Yeah, I'm so happy that finally we are here. This session is finally taking place. It has been long awaited, and I'm very glad to see that this movement on the heritopolis is really taking shape, not only in the academia, but reaching out to the practitioner, development partners, and others. So it's very important. I hope that as we have students in the room, they also gain interest in this particular topic. As was alluded by all the speakers, this is a topic that is interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, that touches all aspect side of sustainable development, and very important and worthwhile entry point to look at our future differently, giving that nexus of culture, larger cities, and development in general. So it's an exciting time, and I know that all my good friends, all friends in the room, we carry the same message, the same, I would say, passion for this topic. And I hope that as we move forward, and thanks a lot for the host, we will work as were just said by Prof, we have to work across mandates, across agencies, across issues, knowing that each has its role and contribution in this particular topic. So we look forward to a very rich discussion, and we hope that we're going to get a very good roadmap or next steps on how we're going to further entrench and expand this scope of work. So I will stop here, and looking forward to hearing more the inputs from various colleagues. Over to you.
Thank you, Remy, for your kind comments. I found also Mr. Claude Peter, he was online for a long time during the session 1. So Mr. Claude Peter, if you'd like to share your comments, yeah, it's time. Would you like to?
Yeah, thank you for giving me the floor. And I found it very interesting, the different aspects from all the 4 speakers. And I think especially new in the discussion is the approach about metropolis as heritage. Because the heritage in metropolis, the different aspects, that's very known. But I guess the characteristic of the metropolises as heritage, mostly mostly initiated and told by Eric, was really something new, and we have to go forward on this approach. And I found it also interesting as a characteristic of the history of the approach to metropolis, which Mike Turner has given us from the different beginning in 1907, and it was very interesting that he put that he declared it from another approach, from the garden city, which is just the opposite of metropolis. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalpita. I hope I can accommodate more comments and questions from the floor, but since time is up, so I think, I need to rely on Professor Anatola Kontin's wisdom later on during the session too, for those, comments and questions. So thank you very much for kind attention for session 1. So I will see you after a short break. So now it's 4:31 in Korean time. So see you in 19 minutes. So 4:50 in GMT 9. Okay, see you soon. Thank you.
So good afternoon, good morning to everybody. We will start this second session, Research Framework for Heritopolis. I really hope that the audience, the people that are online, would like to intervene, to open. We are absolutely open to some question, but also to some observation and suggestions. So we start with a series of reaction of our guest here in presence regarding what we heard until now, and then we will open our microphone. So if you would like also to open your camera, you should raise your hand. You should post question in the question and answer in the chat section. So I think that this afternoon, our guest put on the table very relevant question. If I should summarize some keywords, using some keywords and some ideas that raised, I think that we have to speak about metropolitan heritage, because we have to produce quality of life for the multiple citizens that live in our metropolis, that are the main actor of some destruction of our territory. It was quite interesting, the observation of Francesco Bandarin when he spoke about a sort of incertitude that is related to the fact that we don't know which are the limits of our metropolis. So right now we pass, he said, from city as an artifact to city as landscape. And landscape is a system. And that is the reason why we merge the two words, heritage and metropolis, because metropolis is the level, also the geographical level, but also the governance level that really allow us to think about this new structure of the metropolis, the architecture of the metropolis, that is a green-gray continuity as a system. So the metropolis is the system of places that has to work together, producing quality of life. But there is a problem, because if we try, according to Professor David Simon, to connect and Professor Mike Turner, to connect nature and culture, right now when we speak about nature, from a governance point of view, we used to speak about ecosystem services. So nature is a service. What about culture? Is it possible to think that culture is a service, or according to David Simon, we don't have to lose the idea that culture is also something that helps us to define a new identity of the metropolis, because it's a strong symbolical power and intangible value, and which is the code, which is the way in which we should communicate the value of our tangible and intangible value, thinking that we have to produce a systematization, and thinking that the metropolitan dimension is a strategic dimension, because some of our guests spoke about the fact that the metropolis allow us not to produce a tactica, but to produce a strategy of this connection between culture, nature, tangible and intangible. But also Eric Ubrecht spoke about the fact that culture is a process, and proposed as new build form types that connect together a part of the city, something that we used to name the morphology of the city, with new kind of type that has to integrate the green infrastructure. So I guess that one of the main key message that we should wrap up after the first section is the fact that we have, so the question is how we should communicate that metropolitan experience that must be define new behavior that allow us to promote a sustainable environment. Is it true that the metropolitan way of life should educate new metropolitan inhabitants to live in a much more sustainable way, and to plan a metropolis in a much more sustainable way? So that, I think, is one of the value of heritopolis. Move our point of view from the idea that the metropolis is only a functional definition toward a much more epistemological definition. So which are the reasons, the causes of the challenges that our metropolitan territory has to face? Eric Ubrecht spoke about which are the values that the metropolitan behavior and the metropolitan planning should produce. We saw how virtuous is the experience of Paris, trying to define the new structure of the metropolis that should produce quality of life and new practices of our territory, so that to be able to sustain the life of the people. So I really would like to open the floor to our guest, asking for a reaction following some main keywords. Can you give us some idea regarding which is the deep structure of the territory, so the knowledge of our territories that should be fundamental for a planner, for a metropolitan planner? So which are the structural element of our territory? Is the water, is the geographical orientation, dimension, some physical border? Which are the elements that a metropolitan planner doesn't have to forget? Otherwise, we will produce only generic city. What does it mean? So there is for you a difference between something that is permanent, such as monument, we said, or in the metropolitan dimension, something that instead is durable. So how is it possible to transform this structural knowledge of our territory in something that is durable? So something that should change, but doesn't change because we are able to implement it and and transform it inside a new system, and which should be the metropolitan infrastructure that allows this intersomaticity, so allow us to live in a different way, in a much more sustainable way, is something that is much more related to a new idea of urbanity, a new idea of public space. Is possible to think that this infrastructure is a green infrastructure as a park that should substitute the symbolical value of our public space, so that to be able to reproduce a new intangible heritage for the future generation. And so for you, which are really the value that the metropolitan planning should transmit to the next generation? And since our section is about research, what do you think that the academy should introduce in our syllabus? So which are the competencies? Which is a new figure that probably is not an architect, is not a planner, is not an historian? So which kind of courses as an academy, as university, and we should introduce in our course of architecture, planning, economy, probably, and governance? So should we make a round table? You should choose. David.
It's on now. There we go. Thanks, Antonella, for that great introduction. Let me reply in two ways. The first one is I referred a lot in summarizing the results of the survey to what was reported from different cities and the differences in priorities, in powers, responsibilities between the strategic metropolitan authority and the individual municipalities or other local government units within it. However, there is, if we start to talk about identity and fluidity and hybridity of meanings and the role of culture, just the same as when we talk about natural ecosystems, that these do not stick to or follow these political administrative boundaries. And whichever variable we use, there will be different boundaries, if you like, that become important, not necessarily effective, but important. And one of the reasons that I love the approach that is being taken in Paris, for example, is the bioregion as a sort of functional ecological environmental region that includes many areas outside of what, in terms of the administrative boundary, would be metropolitan Paris, because it tries to create an area that makes sense in terms of hydrology, in terms of agroecological or other bioregional variables. That, of course, is different from how you would map cultural contours of different communities or the complexity of different communities coexisting in whatever way and structured through the spatial inequalities that are embedded in the urban fabric. So these are some of the challenges, and I think we need a lot more research to try to address those, both conceptually, but also in particular contexts. The second part of the response, I think, is that we need to be careful about trying to identify a single thing that is the most important, because what we're dealing with is complexity. We're also dealing with dynamic situations. And one of the problems that I find with so much academic work, rather like political slogans, is trying to find a single answer. It's yes or no, it's black or white. Most of the world exists in shades of gray between the two extremes of the spectrum. So for me, it's more useful to try to identify several variables that seem in combination to explain or to be important in understanding and helping to move the debate forward. So I think we have that already from the survey, we have that from other work. But for me, what is really important in taking forward the heritopolis agenda is to try to find some kind of conceptual framework that provides the kind of intellectual coherence, then to find tools that make sense in particular contexts, and then have our local teams working to try to understand how that makes sense on the ground. But the answer or the search for a single answer, a single most important variable to me, is a red herring. It's a false premise. I would much rather look for interplays, interrelationships among a set of things which almost invariably, although they will differ in importance from place to place, will be present, will be significant in many of the metropolitan areas, regions that we're talking about. Thanks.
So sorry, only to make some point fixed. Do you think that we should say that the bioregion dimension should give an answer to some of the questions that rise, in particular when we work with UN Habitat, which should be the definition of the metropolitan region? So we should say that the bioregion and metropolis should concede as a starting point.
I think they should be, this sounds trite, but they should be in a kind of constructive conversation or dialogue with each other, because it depends what is actually the situation on the ground. There will be examples where the metropolitan boundary is probably quite similar to some particular watershed or other natural boundary. In many cases, it's probably more like the situation in Paris, where the bioregion is a much larger area. But then the problem is you don't have the bioregion under the control of any single authority, except in some places where those have been used as planning tools. So for example, in South Africa, since the end of apartheid, they've divided the country into catchments. So you have catchment management agencies, but those have no relationship whatever to the boundaries of the 6 metropolitan areas as defined in South Africa. So you have to look across them, and you have to ultimately try to get different entities to collaborate. After all, the water flows in and flows out of the metropole according to gradients. It probably comes in cleaner than it goes out in most cases, if there's any that goes out at all. In some cases, what goes out is effectively a municipal sewer or a metropolitan sewer. That suggests all sorts of agendas, but no one authority can do this alone. And that, I think, is one of the lessons of the kind of comparative urban research that we've been doing in different ways, more and more, in a transdisciplinary way between different stakeholders or societal actors, different categories of organization, that no one organization, no one stakeholder can do this alone. It has to be collaborative.
Yes, the system, I think that, and it's important the fact that probably there is a continuous connection between the bioregion scale and how the bioregion scale is thematized and characterized in every municipality, so that we should implement this vision, so enlarge the scale of the municipality point of view, and then give some good also suggestion at the state level, because we don't have to forget that the metropolis should collaborate, is not a counterpower regarding the state power. So other reaction?
I'd like to come back to the idea that I was discussing earlier, which is, I think, very powerful in responding to the questions that you raise, and also perhaps also guiding our work. It's the idea of the landscape. Now it seems simple, but it's not, right? especially if we move the idea of landscape from what is traditionally being understood, or something like, maybe a little larger than a city, but still something contained. I think the metropolitan landscape is a much bigger idea because it's much more complex. It involves, perhaps an evolution also of the concept of landscape, which is a very rich concept. And in fact, it has even nowadays supported new models of urbanism, with landscape urbanism, which is, something that adapts very well to the urban conditions of modernity, especially in large areas, or in continuous urbanized zones, like we have, in many regions today, Africa, Asia, like Europe, and so on. So I think we should look at the landscape as a metropolitan landscape as an evolution of the concept of landscape. What's in this landscape? And what we should pursue. First of all, we should look at the layers, because landscape is a system of layers. And these layers need to, first of all, consider the historical layers and the natural layers. There are other layers, but these are the first two that we have to look at. One thing that perhaps is missing in our discussions, and just noticing this with Michael, is this historical approach. No metropolis exists in the void. They all exist in places where for hundreds, sometimes thousands of years, humans have lived and have left traces. And these traces are the ones that can be, if well identified, represent already a form of metropolitan heritage. They could be any sort of things, archaeological remains, itineraries, infrastructures, fields, agricultural areas. I mean, you name it. Right? So we have to make a new category there. And then, of course, there are more recent layering systems that have to do with the urban development of different types, especially in modernity, because metropolis is more a modern creation. What was the first metropolis was London, perhaps end of the 19th century, if we count. So it's an outcome of modernity, and therefore it's linked to a lot of modern phenomena: industrialization, transports, housing types, architecture. All these kind of things have to be can be clearly identified. Each one represents a piece of this composite idea of metropolitan heritage. But again, nothing exists in the void. So everything sits on a natural environment. I always I actually appreciate it very much when a piece of work that was done in New York. You probably know that, Antonella. There's this project called Manhattan. It's a fantastic project, lasted 10 years, in which essentially researchers studied Manhattan. Manhattan is the Indian name of Manhattan, as it was before New York. So trying to understand what was the ecology underneath New York. What was the hydrology, what was the ecology, what was the orology? I mean, all sorts of things. And the results was exceptional, because in fact, they understood that New York could not be seen just as a city of stone, but it was sitting on a natural environment which had adapted to the fact that somebody put a city over the nature. So a new ecology, new forms of life, new forms of adaptation, new hydrologies. It was an exceptional, and I would say game-changing approach that we should really look at and pursue. And then, of course, there is the fact that metropolises are very changing urban societies, or there is a flow of social changes that sometimes escapes from even from the regular system of heritage identification. I had 3 years ago, before the COVID, I had the chance of spending a few months in Los Angeles. Now, Los Angeles is not considered very much of a heritage place, but I can tell you that the city has done an enormous effort to identify its heritage, not only in terms of really classifying every single piece of, they had, like from the creation of the city at the end of the 18th century up to now. So they knew every single houses houses that have been built in the past 2 centuries better than any other city I've ever seen. So they're very, very intense work on that, but also trying to identify which communities had lived in the city and had disappeared because they were forgotten. So they found out that, in fact, because of course the metropolis changes very quickly. So they found out that many communities had, in a way lived there, sometimes for a long time, and then disappeared and replaced by something else, and their memory was lost. So they had launched the process of rememorialization of these lost communities. Just to give you an example of how far you can go in terms of creating heritage in a city. And they wanted to rememorialize these communities by creating monuments or memorial places. So there is a complex, articulated, new approach that needs to be put in place if we want to redefine metropolitan heritage. But it's very challenging and very, very interesting. And I think in a way it has the potential not only to change the concept of heritage as we have inherited from the past, but also to offer to the planners very, very important tools to shape the new metropolis.
Thank you, Francesco. I think that you pointed out, but first of all, I would like to remind the definition of metropolis from Saskia Sassen. I remember that spoken about Istanbul. She spoke about the fact that a metropolis has a strategic position for relations. And we have to decide if we would like to confirm this relation or develop or totally transform. So that idea of durability instead of permanence. So the idea of process instead of something that is fixed, I think that is super important. But you also introduce the topic of time, and probably, as we said, a lot of time. Heritage in the metropolis is related to the shifting of time. So it's not related to the past, but is related to the future project. So we have to understand which are the elements that we would like to confirm and to develop for the future. And you also introduced this speed time, il prestissimo moderno by Nietzsche, that was really tricky for governance and very still and heavy governance structure. Now, probably it's better not to think that we need a new governance level, but probably we have to define local projects that should also help us to define new practices, sustainable practices that should allow us to implement the metropolitan governance. But you spoke about the fact that we have to create a memory. That for me is a tricky concept. And I think that we should merge something that was pointed out by David Simon regarding this idea to return back to some identity of the past that were forbidden or erased by new cultures. What about the conflict that if we started to impose a specific identity in a metropolis should rise? Because for example, you spoke about the right to the landscape, but in Latin America, for example, the right to the landscape produce contested territories because our traditional tools such as the park, archaeological park, are considered from some local community a sort of invasion of their own identity, because we overlap other institutions. So what about heritage and metropolis heritage as a tool that should be taken into consideration to avoid the conflict?
I think very simply that we should avoid the mistake that was done in the construction and of the heritage concept and as we know it, which is essentially a top-down operation. It's done by experts, by governments, by the top people. Heritage is something that is given to the people. It's not produced by people. It's not generated by people. I think this is something that we pay very dearly now, because in fact, heritage is not just that. We know that heritage is a social construct, except that, in the way in which we have created it, inherited, it has become essentially a gift to the people and not a social construct. So we have to avoid this in the metropolitan heritage. And I think the right approach is a combination of the two, because of course you need some expertise. I mean, obviously you need to have people that have the tools to understand and to facilitate the operation. But you need really the bottom-up heritage process to become a primary engine of the construction of the metropolitan heritage. So I would like to stress that we have to do the two things together. We have to create the conditions in which the existing expertise is put at the service of a bottom-up process, where heritage that comes out perhaps doesn't look at all to the heritage we're used to. And maybe it's a mixture of what we in our categories call tangible and intangible, or other things, or perhaps it's more ephemeral, or at least it looks more ephemeral, but it's more embodied in the life of the people. First. Secondly, it might be multicultural to an extent that we don't even imagine today, because a metropolis is really a combination of a lot of societies and communities and so on that have arrived from different traditions, and so on. Some metropolis are really multicultural in a way that it escapes to the understanding of even their governance, because people are coming from regions and that where nobody understands or nobody knows it, Asia, Africa, Latin America, and so on. So we have to understand that this flow might generate things that we don't know how to define today. So we have to be open also to this kind of new and innovative approaches. This is why I think that this the research and the activity that we're trying, the exploration that we're doing, might in fact be bring us to a redefinition of heritage, or what heritage is, and what heritage can be, at the service of the new population of the metropolis, and also at the service of the planning system of a metropolis.
I see that Klaus Peter raised the hand. So Klaus, if you would like, the floor is for you.
Thank you again for giving me the floor, Antonella. I would like to add something to your questions about the knowledge of the metropolis, the structural elements, and also to the second aspect, which values should be transmitted. I think we have to the first one about the structural elements and what is a metropolis. There are some aspects for me interesting. The difference between cities and the metropolis. The challenges, we have very big challenges in our cities, like climate change now, congestion and so on. But I think the challenges in metropolis are much more are different, and they are heavier. And then we have also to we should we should think of the differences between the metropolises, as David mentioned in our survey. I think there are very many differences in continents. So, the metropolis in Europe, like London and Paris, are very much different from metropolis in Asia or in Latin America. So we should look at these differences too. And my second aspect about the which values should be transmitted. The metropolis is often looked as a problem, as we just mentioned, conflicts. There are slums, there are traffic jams, there are congestions, even more than in normal cities. But what we discussed now are the values like nature and culture and the infrastructures, public spaces, and and also the bioregion. We really listened to the fascinating model of Paris, the biosystem, and I think we should, in our research, we go further to this aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. I saw that Remy keeping put a comment that I think that is quite important. So I hope that some of you would like to answer. Following that idea that also Klaus Peter mentioned, we try also to define a classification, a typology of metropolis. What does it mean, the DNA of a metropolis? So which are the general element that probably are the same, the structural element of a territory that we should analyze in the same way, so using the same tool that and then that at the end are different for each metropolis, but the tool that we use to identify this structure is the same. And I think that if we start from bioregion, water, geography, that probably in our academy is quite hidden in our study, but we have to return back to geography and water system that should become again something that should help us a lot to understand this new kind, which is the infrastructure that should connect together old city and new city, implementing and giving quality of life to the place that should produce conflict. So, Mike Turner, you would like to answer?
I'd like to first of all pick up on your previous question. So I think first of all is that what we should have in front of us, that we're looking at people-centered activities, and I think this is a very important part. Francesco spoke about the importance of understanding landscape and what is then human landscape as opposed to just simply rural landscape. And the importance, therefore, is to create or generate some common indicators which allow us then to overlap these ideas between culture and nature. This is not sort of easy. So in other words, how are each of these parts measured? I would like to say that IUCN, again, under the support of Arcadia, has actually come up with a proposal, IUCN Urban Nature Indices. So I think this is a way forward, and I think there's a room that they've approached it from nature. There's an important need to actually now approach it from culture, because the metropolis provides this potential for sustainability, for spatial sustainability. So therefore, how do we then define what were the limits, therefore, of the metropolis, which is then people working, people living, people recreation, but that's always from the city outside. We also have to understand that there are people living outside going inside. And I think that there is this two-way understanding, which is really critical. we've all spoken about the importance of change. So therefore, the information that we give must be looking at the dynamics of change, the importance of trends. And every piece of information must look at how things are improving, deteriorating, but they're in movement. How do we measure movement is very, very critical to be able to actually deal with these aspects. So if we're looking therefore the future heritage, and Francesco is so right that we talk about outstanding universal value by it's inherently top down. Okay, there's somebody in the world is saying this is universal. People on the field are saying, thank you very much, but I'm living here. So the idea really, therefore, is that we need to create then the forward-looking or future-looking, as you said, so it is the space for the future. And I think that if we, what are the terms that look into change are meanwhile uses. In other words, we tend to look at the city as not just artifact, but project, but the metropolis is process, and therefore the systems which Eric spoke about. So we're looking at meanwhile uses, how in fact meanwhile uses generate new cultures. We also have to understand, and in our Global now we actually had the whole function independent cultures, which was happening in Buenos Aires. This was really dramatic. And we also had with the people in Mombasa and the Swahili pot speaking about then generating their new culture. And I think that therefore giving a space, not just simply for the new generation, a generational space is something which is going to then encourage, therefore, what is then understanding the potential of the metropolis. And you spoke about the right to the landscape and contested territories. Again, what are the indices of contestation? What are the indices? What are the issues that we're facing? It is an inherent part of life that we are in contested activities. Walter Benjamin speaks about that no civilization started without barbarism. So, I mean, this is exactly how it is. So it's managing this contestation. The contestation could be economic contestation. It doesn't have to be political contestation. It could be other social aspects. Issues of the city need to be identified, and this is the way that we can make a change.
Thank you. Eric, do you want, and if Eric would like also to give us some clue regarding this idea of uses, so which should be the utility of the metropolitan heritage, also in terms of the new mechanism of the construction of the metropolis during the WOOF, the GIS official ask us how is it possible to connect an idea of culture as an idea of real estate, for example. So the mechanism of the metropolitan construction, how we should convince this metropolitan agent that it should be useful to think that culture and the legacy, you spoke about the legacy that we will leave, should be also, there is also a heritage accountability in the construction.
The people who are producing the metropolis is mainly in the formal area, is mainly the developers. When the state government put $1, the developers put $7. And so if we don't change the, we cannot say we should change the mindset, we should change the rules, not only the regulation, but the rules of the economic development of cities to change the attitude of the developers. And so this is a political concern. But in fact, the landscape of the metropolis is the result of this business model that is produced by, we can say, the society with the different policies. If there is no regulation in the financial economy, we have this extraordinary production of empty apartments in large scale, 20% in China, 30% in Egypt, where there is a big crisis for housing. And so this is the business model with producing the city. And so when we speak about heritage, we speak about metropolitan heritage, we speak about this production, which is related to the system where we are. So there is a lot of contradiction in the city between the policy, the population, and the developers, the three main actors. And their objectives are not the same, but generally we have some combination between the developers and the state government or the municipal government. The metropolis generally are weak because they don't have the tools to change the rules. They can produce some strategies to accompany the development, but no more. And so, and the state government are not really interested to what happened really in detail in the development. They are playing with different finance at other levels, and so this, so we have a result which is what it is today, but with a lot of contradiction and probably without the currents we would like to have regarding the value of the city we're producing. This is the so when we say what is the DNA of a metropolis, we can say it is the result of that, and with a lot of movement. I we can say that yes, there is some structure of the landscape. We would like to keep it, but in fact, in Hong Kong or in Beirut or in Monaco, when you see the seashore, it changes from time to time. We fill the sea to make an airport, to make an urban extension, etc. And so there is no rules. In fact, there is the DNA of a metropolis is the movement. This is the main point. That's what you said just before. And I think the heritage itself, it's a project. It's not something that we have. It's a construction, of course, but it's a heritage. It's a policy. And so it is what the different actors, with their contradiction, what they are doing together, bottom up, top down. We have different heritage, different periods. Today, there is a lot of movement to have a more participatory approach, including in planning. Last week, for 3 weekends, we have a group of 100 citizens to prepare the new master plan of Paris. And we invite them in the region, in our institute, and to discuss all points and to make proposal for the region. It was different 20 years before. We don't do that. And so this, it changed from the society is changing and the process is changing. And so the result of what you are producing as for planning or as a heritage will change because of the different system, different process we're making in place to produce this kind of project. So we have DNA is a movement, heritage is a project, and culture is a result. That's it.
Thank you. I think that if I well understand what you are proposing, what I think is important, and I started to ask something to Rafael Forero, you speak about a political decision first, that is related to a shifting in the capability to understand that right now in Europe, for example, Greta Thunberg proposed for us something that right now we don't have to forget. So we cannot go forward in the destruction of our territory. So that new political attitude will produce a new rule so that the main metropolitan actors should understand that there is an utility in to think that heritage and the cultural element should be important to not to destroy and not to produce a city that is generic. I I do think that before policy, we need the knowledge. So as a university, we have to really understand how the code, the structural deep code of the past in water management, in also social relation must be changed. And how is it possible to educate a new generation of agents to push the politician in the right decision? So the knowledge of the DNA of the territory in Italy well know what's happened if you are not able to manage our territory, because we destroy our beautiful territory because we forget the deep structural code, but how to change the code in a sustainable way. So SDGs, during the WOOF 11, Rafael Forero launched a sort of call to action for heritopolis, and he asked us to understand how metropolitan culture and its heritage should be a way to help the metropolitan agency to accompany when habitat and the metropolitan agency in the 4 main chapter and the drivers of changes. No, so we have an habitat for driver of change, and probably the DNA of the metropolis should be cataloged and categorized according to legislation, urban planning and design, governance and financial mechanism. How do you think that we should use SDGs, and in particular the target of the SDGs? How in reality is the reverse, how metropolitan heritage should help to connect the different target of the SDGs, so to support these 4 drivers of change. What we should do as an academy, as a university, as a researcher to help municipality and metropolitan agents to introduce this integrated approach that the SDGs needs, but probably right now are again divided in silos. What we should do for when habitat and urban agenda?
Well, I think that what we should do is write it is the new urban agenda, and we have so many dots to connect. And thank you for remember me that call, because not even myself remember. But I think that the answer to that and to another questions from the panel could be the function, to find the functionality of heritage and culture. And I would like to highlight and always to emphasize in this, we from UN Habitat understand metropolises as functional territories, no? Rather than from the typical political or administrative or population criteria, we would like to better understand the metropolis from their functionality, and involving this new concept of on functional geography means that spaces are connected, territories are connected, and they have some purposes. That connection or those linkages have purposes. So I think that the question should be, and the answer pass through, find what is the function of those and the purposes of those connections, no? And what is the function of heritage and culture for interconnected urban-rural territories, no? What is their role for sustainable future? Because of course that if we want to link heritage and culture to sustainable development, we need to find this connection. So maybe that connection and maybe that function pass through the shaping of a new identity as well. I think the connection and the function is not always material, is not always physical, but it could be also intangible, no? And intangible could be related with identity. So what is this kind of identity that we need from metropolises to arise? For instance, a more sustainable one, a more sustainable identity, a more prepared for global shocks. And prepared for global shocks mean more collaborative, with more solidarity, with more cooperation. I think that if there is one obvious lesson from the pandemic, is that we need more values of cooperation, of solidarity, of collaboration. So for me, and I would like to say also for UN Habitat, but I will say for now, for me, metropolitan heritage is about future rather than about the past, no? As we were speaking during the lunch. And this brings me to the idea of the metropolis itself as a heritage, no? Not only metropolitan heritage, but also, as Professor Chai said this morning, the metropolis as a heritage. So I think that maybe this metropolitan thinking, this metropolitan way of thinking, it could be the very the most important heritage for generations to come. So when we think about metropolitan heritage, maybe my invitation is to not think only on physical things, not only think about the monument, the place, but also the intangible, the thinking, the collaboration, no? Maybe we need more metropolitan thinkings to address global shocks, no? Only through collaboration we can address climate change, migrations, declining of democracy, etc. No, so we need to definitely elaborate more on this idea. But I think that the heritage and cultural insights that we are looking for metropolitan issues could be intangible rather than physical and tangible.
Thank you, Rafa. I think that in that field, Professor Chai from Konkuk University should help us. So how in Seoul was possible to merge generations, and thinking that probably the functionality of the metropolitan approach that produce a system among places and among generations, so knowledge, should help us to produce that connection among generation, and also the connection between new and old part of the city, because otherwise they remain separated. The risk is that the historical part of our city remain a museum, and the new extension expand without any order and without any knowledge about the structural, intelligent structure of our territory.
Thank you, Antonella. Before I like to share my idea for your question, I'd like to thank you all flying over quite a long way to come here. And this is a moment I really want to have, just a free discussion with all of you and discuss about what is the nature of the heritopolis, what is the nature of the metropolitan heritage, how we figure out what kind of perspectives we can develop. So I think that the four of you, David, Francesco, Eric, and Mike, give us, I think, a full answer for the question of what is heritage. Probably Antonella add up more answers about what is the heritage. I think that Eric give us the word like the attribute of metropolis. And also Francesco give us a word like the new metropolis heritage policy. That is the way we are working toward. And Mike give us integrative city and combining whole different trend in the global society, combining like the resilience, climate change, everything together. Then David also talking about the quite reversed idea, like the marginalized community and the global forces like that. So I think that would be the nature of the metropolis. But whenever we need to deal with this metropolitan heritage or heritopolis, I think we have to deal with quite difficult two themes. One is the metropolis itself. The other was heritage. So how to combining these two difficult concepts together and applying it to the metropolises, I think that's our job. And to solve the most common problems confronting in the global society right now throughout the quite severe challenges, like the globalization is a kind of a challenge for the culture, and also the climate change of a natural disaster is another one, and the resilience is another way of thinking. So now we just combine together, and Jeremy Rafkin also wanted to talking about the ecosystem applying to these metropolis and the large cities. So I like to remind the idea of the Brian J.L. Barry, who is the geographer, and you're one of my teacher before. Brian Barry actually talking about, whenever we're talking about the city, there are two different points. One is the viewpoint from cities as a system, city as a system, and the other was is system of cities. So system of cities means the functional region, functional city, as Rafa told us. And city as a system is kind of the deal with the homogeneous region, right? Using the land use pattern or something like that. And recently the Castells, or some Manuel Castells also developed the idea like that the space of places and the spaces of flows, which carry on the try to explain about the global society. Why not we apply both ideas into our heritopolis? First, I think the objective way, how we define the metropolis. From the objective way, using the Eric's, the terms, like attribute of a metropolis. What is the common ground physically? What is the origin? What is the infrastructure? What is the natural setting for the modern large metropolises? Maybe we can figure out the common ground. Well, the first thing get in my mind is that every large city has a river, because water is so important resources for all human beings. Sanitary system, that's two. Without sanitary system, how can we get together? Because COVID killed so many people, but without sanitary system, impossible to clustering together and living together. So maybe those are the common ground we're starting from. And talking about the heritage. Heritage, I think, is that how to manage the change. That is the nature of the heritage from the past, currently, present, and how we continuously to the future. So that is, I think, the management of the time around the heritage concept. So, and another thing is the terms just to get in my mind is the heritagification, the heritage process, you know, that term, heritagification, as the Francesco told us that the heritage itself is a social construct. So it is existing in the people's memory, the collective memory. So without memory, there are no heritage. Why we keep the heritage? Because we need to our identities throughout our memories. So just combining all of these, maybe we can figure out the specific way how to deal with this metropolis. Let me talking about the Seoul case now. Seoul starting around the 1390s is quite a long time ago, 600 years ago. But just starting is very small places, like we call the Hanyang-dosung. The diameter is just 2 kilometers. No, it's 4 kilometers. And the length of the Hanyang-dosung is along this fortress, the city wall, is like the 16 kilometers. That's it. And outside of the wall, there is a wilderness. Not many people living there, but later it just getting grow and growing. And at the last stage of the Joseon Dynasty, 19th century, the number of the population in Seoul is 200,000 population there. But right now, it's 10 million city. Just guess how it just growing out and what it lost. And I'm talking about the high bridge. We call this Seoul law, and high bridge is from the 1970s and the 1980s, the industrial side, because that time we do not want to stream in the middle of the downtown area. So we covered up, paved it away, and then built up high-rise, this high-speed road. But now we feel like that, okay, we made a mistake because we lost our valuable heritage. So we just restore all the stream, Cheongye stream, but we left a little portion, say that, okay, this is leftover from our industrial era, and we put the name like Seoul, but that is just a fragment of the high-rise speedway. But how we become a heritage, because we put a lot of memories, stories, and the intangible heritage. I think that is the most important thing. So right now, the Seoul government is very clever because they think that the present heritage we have is probably be a future heritage our next generation going to have. So they put a title like the future heritage on the current buildings, on the current famous restaurant, like including the intangible cultural heritage too. So they just put the unique numbers for each and spent money, public money to preserve that. I think this is one idea that Hyunjae Kim developed from last year. And there are plenty of the evidences in Korea right now. During the Korean history, we have over 900 invasions from foreign countries, including China and Japan, and everything is destroyed. And during the 13th century, even the Mongolians invaded Korea and killed everybody. And we lost the cultural code because they killed every craftsman. So we lost everything. But after that, and still there are a lot of wars. And some wars we won, but some wars we totally lost. And the war between the Korea and the China, we called it Byungja-Horan. That time we totally lost, and our king was surrendered and give them a 9 times big salute using his own body on the ground. And he feels so much insulting about that. And after the war, the king of the Qing, the Chinese, the Qing dynasty, built a large statue saying that, okay, this is the victory against the Joseon. And then after that, what happened? We lost it because we buried it on the ground, buried into the ground, because that is very shameful, the evidence. But right now, what happened? We just restored that one and say that, okay, this is part of history. So this is kind of the collective memory thing. That is the heritage education. How can we use that? So there are a lot of stories. I'm quite sure that every metropolis, we have 25 members here, has their own story, has their own policy. But we need a common ground, like to discussing right now. And I think that for distinguished our friends, give us a clear directions how to deal with this one, heritopolis. And I'm very happy to be part of the heritopolis too. Thank you, Antonella.
Thank you, Jai. We are out of time. Yes, a question. I also would like to ask him, because I think that Jai introduced another concept super important, the collective intelligences. Is it possible to think that the metropolitan dimension should be the context that produce the condition to produce, and the heritopolis approach should be the tool and the context in which we should build this collective intelligence at the metropolitan scale? Because the doubt is that what does it mean, metropolitan citizenship? which is the demos, the metropolitan population, it's very tricky. It's not so clear which are the metropolitaners. Sometimes we say, but which are the metropolitaners? So my question is about what about the relation with institutions such as ICOMOS, UNESCO, because they produce a series of documents that enlighten and consolidate an idea of urbanity and an idea of quality of the urban dimension. What we should do with this document, try to implement that idea of quality of a metropolitan urbanity, starting from all the work that you have done as ICOMOS and UNESCO, but try to implement the concept of quality of life in the metropolitan urbanity for a metropolitan population, so that we should also give an answer to the inquietude of Professor Mark Turner. So we should provide some guidelines of some indicator regarding the quality of the urban dimension at a metropolitan scale.
Thank you, Anatoly, for giving me a floor. Well, actually, it's a really difficult question and a difficult task, because I think many of you are going to agree, how it is difficult for UNESCO or other, advisory organization to UNESCO have difficulties in contacting the municipal governments to encourage them to implement those, policy documents. Mainly, I guess, like those municipal governments follow the guidelines from the central government, actually. Well, I'm talking the case of Korea. And the ministry in charge of the city planning and or heritage ask the metropolitan government to follow the guidelines of UNESCO or ICOMOS, the kind of advisory organization concerning their city planning. So that is just really basic things to ask them to do, but sometimes, well, actually, mostly it's not really effective, I confess. And the most important thing is about the education, I guess, education for policymakers. I mean, there should be some workshop to invite the government officers, municipal government officers, to get to know about the concept of UNESCO or approaches of, the advisory organizations toward the city planning or heritage, so that they can bring the concrete idea into the field. So that's why we need this kind of heritopolis talk to invite the municipal governments officers to learn more about the concept of heritopolis. So I don't know, I'm giving very basic idea for this, but yeah, but I'd like to actually add another comment for your other question. Actually, I was thinking about to contribute that part. I mean, because you were asking about how we can bring the young generation to learn about this heritopolis concept, right? And actually, next month I'm gonna teach class at this Konkuk University on the sustainable development, and in that course, I was thinking about bringing different concepts. Of course, since it is. This course is under the Graduate School of World Heritage Studies at Konkuk University. My focus will be heritage. However, since it is open under the name of sustainable development and with the concept of the heritopolis, which accommodates so many different, the things inside together, I guess it should be a very multidisciplinary course. And then what I'm thinking about, is are we going to ask our young students to bring their case studies to think about the concrete solution for further accommodation of the new ideas, since like many of you said, it's a dynamic concept. I mean, the heritopolis is dynamic concept, and the DNA of heritopolis is movements, like you said. So I just want to let them bring their own creative ideas to conceive what is the gist of the dynamics of the metropolis, because they are the one who gonna sort out this many challenges within the heritopolis in the future. So their idea is important. So I just want to give them to think about those, solutions voluntarily. So that's just, small idea in a very concrete level. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. There are some comment, question, observation online. Is it possible to?
Yeah, I will read it. Let me actually give us a comment. It would be interesting that at this session, we come up with the characteristics, DNA, or definitions of heritopolis. That's it. Thank you, Remy.
So you would like to open your mic and videos? About a concrete solution. I saw people from Africa, I hope that from India, someone would like to say something about how to territorialize that metropolitan heritage idea into the DNA of your specific territories. I do think that we have to merge the idea of DNA with the idea of values, which are the value of our territory, that we should transform from a variant locally to invariant at the metropolitan scale. So people, please, from Africa, from India, would you like to tell us which are, from your point of view, the value related to the DNA, so the structure of your territories that we don't have to erase when we plan a metropolitan city? Someone would like to open the mic and the video?
Let me actually give us another question. Can you also think of who is our target group? Who do we want to really address or talk to? Anybody? Anybody has an answer?
The official, we said that the
I think
metropolitan
Remy,
agent.
the person who gives us the answer is you, not us.
But maybe I think it's important then, because certainly we talk about planners, but not only. Let's talk to the communities. This is very important. Otherwise, we will never have this combination of top-down, bottom-up, this encounter between the governance and the people. And I think communities will be very sensitive to this, because very often you will, I've seen it in different cases, you'll find that communities feel that they're not represented, in the heritage, and in the heritage of the city and the heritage of the metropolis. And by addressing this issue, you're doing a very important, not only act of justice, but also creation of heritage.
Yeah, the problem is which is the border of the metropolitan community. So we are dealing with many culture and many communities. How is it possible? Which is the level? So how the metropolitan level should be the system, and how is it possible at the metropolitan governance level to represent the local community? Or probably we need to have another step between the metropolis and the municipal level. But I saw that is Jana that would like to add something. Good afternoon, Jana.
Good afternoon, Antonella. Am I audible? Am I audible?
The floor is for you.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. And I want to say that thanks, Antonella. And it's amazing to hear all the stalwarts of Heritopolis today at Seoul in this meeting. And it was very enlightening to see all 4 different perspectives. And of course, from the perspective of UN Habitat and Klaus-Peter as well. So I think your question, first of all, I would like to address Remy's comment about DNA. And, and Antonella, you had said that how do we find the boundary of the, heritopolis, of a metropolis? How do we understand that what is the geographical area? So when Remy had put the question, comment DNA, so I was thinking, yes, when we talk about Metropolis considering a people-centered approach. I mean, I was just breaking down the letters and I expanded them. Like, of course, D would be distance traveled in a day or a week by people in a particular, by the people living in the metropolis, say in a day or a week or a particular timeline. N would be network between culture and natural heritage. You know, that is what is the underlying, you know, the whole talk was about this, about network and collaboration and nexus between nature and culture. And then A, I was thinking of suddenly, yes, advancing in sustainable development. And so what we need in that A is actionable points as to how exactly, what are the practical steps to do it? And Ansita, your question about how government can reach the local body. If I take the example of South Asia and more, say India, the country that I represent, and my research area, I'm very proud to be part of Heritopolis, and I'm researching on Delhi. And so when I come to the government addressing the local level, yes, it is very difficult because when we're talking about sustainable development, and I'm looking at the convergence of the national policies with the global sustainable development goals. And when you look at India has framed national indicator framework, which basically addresses the SDGs in a national context. So when I see the NIFs, we also have state indicator frameworks corresponding to the SDGs. But then the moment we come to district level, we don't have any information. So that is general I'm talking about. So when we're talking about 11.4, actually there is nothing. It is very sad. And so this is the point that I want to bring. And of course, as Jihan Kim said, that we need to time and again invite government policymakers to give them, you know, workshops, training, capacity building, trying to make them understand that what is it, you know, what is it that is lacking? We are full of theorists and practitioners, and we need to actually get workshops, capacity building, and we actually need for actionable points. I hope I make sense, and I know it's a platform of stalwarts, and I hope I made sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Yana. Unfortunately, the time is running. Anyway, I think that we should say that we have some concrete proposal on the table for academia. We have to be able to introduce some part in our syllabus and curricula regarding the ecosystem services and the dimension of the bioregion, try to identify which is the deep structure of our territory and which is the knowledge that we should, and the education that we should give to the new metropolitan agent. We have to define a new way of a metropolitan participatory approach that should combine bottom-up and top-down dimensions. There are some scholars that are speaking about a sort of interstitial citizenship, because probably we should act in the interfaces in between area, between intermediate city and metropolitan city, because in that point in which we have inequalities and where we should find the people that are not exactly top-down or bottom-up, but they are just able to use new technology and they use the city in a metropolitan way. So this movement that Eric suggests, that is not only commuting, but it's a way to use the metropole. I think that we should have a very political approach, because we have to change the rules. So our target are the politicians, so we have to convince them that this kind of metropolitan level should help us to recollect data, because in some cases the data are not recollected in a systematic way, but are fragmented into municipality or a state. So data and from my point of view, the possibility to produce a new cartography at a metropolitan level that allow us to identify the geographical level, the geographical structure, and then to give sense for the new planning approach is super important. Probably we introduced the idea of indicators. I do think that heritopolis should help us to think about a new kind of indicators that are not general, but so it's not possible to speak about a neutral index and neutral indicators. So is a new generation of indicators that should be rooted into the ground for every type of metropolis. We have to identify which are the index of quality of life that I think is important, how to reach the consensus, that so how to communicate, in which way we should communicate this idea. I do think that the word heritage is quite consumed, so probably we have to try to push that idea that heritage is for the future and not for the past. What I really think that we lose is what about art as a possible tool for communicate this intangible value at a metropolitan scale. Probably metropolitan culture produce new kind of art and artistic movement that are much more suitable to communicate this approach. So heritage for the future. So if someone would like also to join us and help us to introduce artistic movement, metropolitan artistic movement, the new muses, the city of muses, not as a museum, but at heart that should produce the synthesis of this new culture. There are some comments online? No, so we have to close. Thank you very much, and we are absolutely open to some comment in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. All heritopolis planned. It's great to see you all here. This is session 3, which is about the CRIS and the UN Habitat joint session with the partners. And the main themes is around the what can heritopolis contribute to the UN Habitat and other partners. That is the main questions. And previously we had 2 sessions. The first session 1, we had some presentations from our heritopolis steering committee members. And the main question is the future of the heritopolis. We are talking about the beyond the HUL concept and how we understanding the global metropolis and suggesting the research agenda, and also subject regarding the metropolis as a heritage. So after that, the session 2, we have quite plentiful of discussions about the research framework and also the various concept and the key notions should include in the heritopolis concept. So this session, I would like to invite the Dr. Sang-Geun Lee. He is the director of the Global Development Partnership Center in CRIS. CRIS is the Korean Research Institute for Human Settlement. So this is what we called CRIS, K-R-I-H-S. So I'd like to invite the first Dr. Sang-Geun Lee. He is going to talking about the international project right now currently implemented by CRIS. Dr. Lee, the floor is yours now. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like. Can you see my presentation file here?
Yes, no? Clearly. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for inviting this great seminar and session. I am Sang-gon Lee, Director of Korea Research Institute for Human Settlement. From now on, let me just introduce very briefly what is our specialty and what kind of cooperation during the last decades we have done with the UN Habitat and our research institute. Okay, so I don't know, what is it here? So can you see this shifting slide?
Oh, not really.
Ah, okay, I don't know what is happening.
Okay, now we can see that. Now we can see that.
The shifting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide. Now it's visible.
Okay. So first of all, let me introduce the mission. Our mission is to promote the effective use, development, and conservation of our territory land. And actually we are ultimately pursuing the national balanced development. Actually, we have 7 research divisions and the 16 centers. 350 staffs are working now. Among them, 155 has a doctoral degree in various areas, especially in the urban and regional planning and economics and transportation and GIS and so on. And we are spending. 슬라이드 안 나가?
He said impressive. We can hear you.
Okay, can you see my slide changing? No?
No, not now. We will operate it for you. So don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, we will operate it.
Okay, so then please operate, and I'm gonna tell you the next slide.
Okay, it's back now. We are operating now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we are spending every year $32 million for our research activities. And next, please. So as I said before, we have various very wide spectrums of research division. First one is national, territorial, and regional research. And second one, urban. And the third one is environment and resource. And fourth one is housing and land research. And the fifth one is construction economy. And sixth one is national infrastructure, including all the roadways and railways, and even in the airport. And seventh one is a geographic, specially enabled society, including digital twin and something like that. And I'm representing the Global Development Partnership Center, which was established 11 years ago. And also we have the other 2 centers. Next, please. So the Global Development Partnership Center, actually we have various kinds of research area, and based on the research result, we would like to share our researching experience with our various kinds of partners, including the International Development Organization and Research Institute and the multilateral development banks. Next, please. So our major activity, including the consolidating international collaboration networks right now, and technical assistance and various kinds of consulting. And we are involved various kinds of knowledge sharing and research exchanging activities. Next one, please. So during the last 11 years, we have signed the MOU with 59 institutions and a lot of workshops, and almost 1,400 participants has been come to our research institute for the capacity building. And next, please. And actually, from 1982, we have carried out more than 200 joint research with international partners. Next, please. And from now on, I'd like to briefly introduce what kind of cooperative activity we have done during the last decades with the UN Habitat. Next, please. In terms of the main collaboration from 2011, we have participated the conference, UN, the third bureau of APM CHUD, and the 2014 we have participated the training course for housing policy and land. Next, please. In the 2015, we also participated the international conference for the future of national urban policy. And next, please. And as you know very well, the Habitat 3 in the Quito, Ecuador, we have participated in major two area. One is the housing area, as you see, and next one is I represented the smart city development. Next, please. Yeah, smart city development in Korea. I have proposed and presented what kind of experience, what kind of lessons learned we had. I presented that contest for the Habitat 3 in Quito in 2016. Next, please. And we also embarked in the NUPP, National Urban Policy Program, in 2015 to 2016 for the new urban agenda. And next, please. In terms of, so recently, 2020, the UN Habitat host the World Urban Forum. So our president, Hyun-Soo Kang, and our research staff participate in this forum and presented the Korea's successful urban and housing policies. Next, please. And also recently, we have some consolidated some relationship with the UN Habitat GLTN, the Global Land Tool Network. This is very brand new news. And next, please. In terms of publication, in 2019, we have participated co-author how to formulate the national urban policy, a practical guide. And next, please. And the hidden wealth of cities. So this research is regarding the public space utilization. And next, please. Okay, so in various ways we have accumulated experience with the good relationship with the UN Habitat. And so the major mission and future cooperation are expected based on this kind of symposium. And so please contact me and let's have a very, very consolidated relationship with our research institute. Thank you for your kind listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Thank you for your great presentation. I think that most of the people do not know very well about the CRIS. We all Koreans know that CRIS is the largest research institute nationwide, and just doing a lot of good researches about the land and the housing, and also in relation to the urban regeneration project, just dealing with some kind of a heritage too.
Right.
So the experts surrounding me is one of the international scholars, I think. They are very specialized in the heritage matter and also the metropolises. I have no chance to introduce each of them to you and Chris, but why not? I'd like to use this chance to say hello to you and say hello to each other. Maybe first one I like to just introduce you is Dr. Professor Mike Turner. He is our actually leader for our heritopolis team and Bezalel, the Academy of Art and Design. And the second, the Francesco Bandarin. Okay, Francesco is the former, can you need to say something. Yeah, Just to open you. Yes,
I'm
that's
here,
good.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Francisco Vandalim was former the director of the UNESCO World Heritage Center.
Mhm.
So he's very well known, very famous international scholar. And
Wow.
another person I'd like to introduce you is the Dr. David Simon here.
Mhm.
Simon, please. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Eric is a professor of the London College of London, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
And he also working for the WOOF, right?
Yeah.
World Urban Forum as a secretary
Ah.
general.
And
Oh, yeah.
chapter in World Cities Report.
Yeah.
The last two.
Yeah. So he is the person might be connecting you, Dr.
Mhm.
Lee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm very honored. Yeah.
Yes. And another distinguished scholar we have here is Eric Huibrai.
Mhm.
He is the Director General of the Paris Institute region.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So we have some visit from Chris several times. One this year and another one just before COVID. I remember.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you were in our institute in Paris.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So we all know that you are the key person for the international cooperation project.
Yeah.
We have a lot of questions and demand.
Uh-huh.
And another person I'd like to introduce you is Professor Antonella Contin. Antonella? Push up. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Antonella is a professor of Milano Technology Institute.
Oh, yeah.
So,
You can speak here.
yeah.
Hi, nice to
Wow.
meet you.
Yeah, she's an urban planner actually.
Oh,
with
yeah.
the architecture.
I'm very honored.
And
Yeah.
then maybe closely related to you. If you want to visit Milano, she's the right person to contact.
Ah, yeah. Beautiful city.
And the last most important person, you invite him. You know that. Rafael
Hello.
Forero.
Ah, yeah.
Very nice to see you. And
Finally.
Handsome gentleman is Rafael.
hope to meet you in person next Thursday, I think.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Okay, we are very aware of the war and of the alliances between Chris and UN Habitat, actually, because all the work that you mentioned on national urban policy is also happening within our section, within our team. Maybe you have met with Remy Chipping, which is the chief of policy, legislation, and governance in UN Habitat in Nairobi. So I am working with him, and of course, very happy to expand this work also to treat some issues on metropolitan management and metropolitan governance, of course, using the Korea experience.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
And we have another person, Dr. Ji-hyun Kim, Kim Ji-hyun.
안녕하세요. Nice to meet you.
She is working for the Korea National Commission for UNESCO.
Ah.
Yeah, she's the key person to help us specializing in the heritage expert. And also she's the adjunct professor of my department.
Okay. Wow, it's almost like all of the top class of the faculties are here.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm very honored. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
So each of the participants are representing kind of the international organizations, like the Mike Turner is also representing the IUCN and the UNESCO. He kept the UNESCO chair position. And David Simon was representing the WCF, right? And then also Dr. Eric Hubrate representing MTPA, I'm sorry about that, and the CLEI, and then Antonella Conti represented the Milano, the political Milano Institute, I think. She's most important person. Yeah, and Klaus Peter, he unfortunately not attending this meet at this time, but he represented the e-commerce. Klaus, Peter, yeah, please say something to all of us.
Yeah, Yes, I am representing ICOMOS, and I was the former president of ICOMOS CV, the Historic Cities Committee. And of course, for the Historic Cities Committee, the aspect of the metropolis is really in the center of its, really in the center of its work. And I'm also the focal point of ICOMOS for the World Urban Campaign of UN Habitat. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus-Peter. And then I like to actually just to moderate this session as much more flexible way. So we all here, participant has a lot of questions about the CRIS and their role relating to the UN Habitat. And it might be Dr. Lee, you also have a lot of questions about us and maybe to develop a more further international project with us. So how about just to discuss about the main terms, like issues like what can metropolis contribute to UN Habitat and other partners, so in global sense. So maybe all of you here, if you wanted to say something, just to let me know. I'll give my microphone to you. Okay, good. Antonella?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that it's possible to hear me. I think that what is very important in the relation with Metro Hub is the fact that for the first time we merge, as you said before, the two concept of world. So metropolis has a system of places, so a place in a sort of system, and the heritage for produce a new quality of life, so living condition. So we are absolutely merging into the SDGs that has a goal, even though today we thought that probably sustainability is not a goal, but we try to produce this new living condition. I do think that that is important, first of all, because, as we said a lot of time, metropolis as a system allow us to integrate the SDGs. And that is a matter of fact. But secondly, the concept heritage is much more important because we are able, starting from the concept and the issue of heritage that is inserted into SDGs 11, to speak about the context of many other issues: poverty, climate change, gender equality, unemployment. So it's not possible to speak about heritage if we do not contextualize heritage in a place. And in a lot of cases, speaking about metropolis, that context is the context of the inequality. So I do think that is an incredible observatory for us because allow to do something that right now the SDGs are not able to do. So we, ontologically speaking, merge different issues in one only word. So what I think is possible, and in particular with institutions that act in the context, is to be able to define a metropolitan theory. So if we don't have a metropolitan theory that we used to name metropolitan discipline, that allow us to understand which should be the shape, the structural new code of the metropolis, it's very difficult to speak about a system. So starting from the metropolitan approach and discipline, so the relevance of the education connected with institutions that work into the ground, we should produce that sort of imperfect theory that in a sort of system of feedback give back notion to the theory and vice versa. And that, from my point of view, should be extremely relevant for UN Habitat, because we really think that we have to implement. So we should territorialize in concrete project the SDGs as a system, but also we should implement this concept, because as we said today, the problem of the SDGs is not related to the target, but is related to indicators. And it's very difficult to measure, to monitor SDGs, singular SDGs. So how is it possible, and that is a question for Rene Habitat, to monitor SDGs in their integration if we have data related to divided in silos? So I think that implementing the SDGs should be our role. So territorializing, but implementing, because we have to push the different governance level to find or to construct data, because right now SDGs are monitoring at the governance, at the governmental level. When we go close to the point where the heritage is relevant, so the local scale, in reality, we don't have a lot of data, so we have to be able to build our data. And that is something that we should do.
Your question goes to Rafa or Dr. Lee?
I think both. So
Okay.
So how is it possible to, using the project, to monitor the SDGs, not according to isolated SDGs, but trying to integrate the SDGs, because we are able to integrate, to produce the three-dimensional indicators and not monothematic indicators.
Actually, I think that you fully understanding the question, but I like to interpret a little attention for that, is that SDG is non-spatial terms, but if we really like to implement the goal of the sustainable development, we need kind of spatially applying one. Probably why don't you just introduce what you did for the SDG in the spatial planning by this Chris? I think that would be much appropriate. Now floor is yours.
It's very in-depth and a very deep, thoughtful question for me. I'm not sure if I am answering right or not, but anyway, I just want to introduce our recent activity, or our research institute activity for monitoring that kind of activity, like sustainability, smartness. Actually, we have recently established a center for National Territorial Monitoring Center, utilizing a lot of big data, including the spatial three-dimension basis. And we are utilizing some demographic big data and some dynamic big data, like transportation, movement, origin and destination, and some credit card usage big data. And we can get various kinds of big data here. So if we utilize this kind of big data in the spatial dimension, then we can describe it as geographically. So we are doing various kinds of. We recently have some good result for demonstrating the demographic shift from the rural to urban, and where is the most extinguishing area in Korea. So that helps a lot for the policy decision makers and so on. So if you happen to visit our research institute, I can arrange some kind of that kinds of recent monitoring activity in this area too. So yeah, that's the briefly I can introduce at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee.
And also one more, if I add one more aspect, is the smart city area. So the professor, you emphasized the integration. So recently, every department has its own silo style of a database, but they don't talk, they don't share up to now. So recently, the major smart city activities for integrating this kind of silo-style database into one integrated information platform, and which can produce various kinds of synergic effect by this integration. So we call it as a smart city, the major activity, we call it as a smart city service. So actually I am doing a lot of smart city related projects. So if you have any question regarding the smart city activity in Korea, I can be very happy and I can be very comfortable to answer. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing those very important subjects like the smart city. All over here are curious about that smart city. Korea probably one of the leading edge for the smart city, but how we apply the smart city concept into the heritage matter, that's our another the questions. But I like to give my floor to Raphael and just talking about some UN habitat, the matter. Please, Raphael,
Yes,
floor is yours.
Thank you, Jay. Yes, I got very impressive with the slides and the presentation from Dr. Sang, and especially about the capacity and the work made by Chris. No, of course, not only the budget that you have for research, but also the publications that you have made, the capacity building, the advocacy work, the international cooperation activities. So I think that, of course, you and I suppose that you have very valuable information and comparative analysis on Korean metropolises, and of course, at national level and of course, regional as well in Asia Pacific, I suppose. And I was wondering how we can use for this working group all of your capacity. No, this morning we discussed about formalize somehow this working group and this experience, this consortium that we have, and in which we have been working for the past 2 years with very interesting academic and researching results and outcomes. But we need, in this moment, we need a sort of a soft formalization. We call it a soft formalization. We are thinking on having some kind of technical secretary of this working group, maybe based here in Seoul, in Korea. But I would like to ask you, what are the possibilities to work together for getting this done? No, for instance, what kind of capacity can we expect from Chris, maybe to support the work, if you are interested, because maybe not, but if you are interested to support this group, and how do you see this possibility to have the technical secretary of this group here, located, based in Seoul, in Korea, and how to take advantage of that location in order to, of course, distill lesson from the Korean experience and starting to transfer to another countries, no? And I would like to know your opinion, your thoughts on that.
So actually, we are a national government attached research institute, and half of our money, among the 32 million, half of the research fund coming from national government, central government, and half of them we are looking for our clients, for giving us as a client. So the most concerning point is how we can secure this kind of the fund for this kind of activity, because we don't have any specific fund for this kind of activity. We need to find out our champions and sponsors for this kind of activity. That is the one issue. But as you know very well, our international cooperation fund is getting large increased. So, and this is very, very critical activity, I think. So if we can find, like a Ministry of National Infrastructure and Transportation, they are looking for some international cooperation fund for this kind of activity. So if we can persuade altogether to get this kind of fund, and then I think, and so your suggestion can be realizable. And in terms of the source and in terms of the participation, as I said before, we have various kinds of research staff here, and they are very interesting to participate in this kind of international forum. So that might be the starting point, I think.
Okay, I think that this is very useful because we also discussed some milestones that are coming. For instance, we have next year a couple of important and international meetings. We have our assembly, the UN Habitat Assembly in Nairobi in June 2023, the World Urban Forum 12 in Cairo, in Egypt, and of course another meetings. No, and we think that this is the right moment to look for those champions who help us to advocate to include this cultural and this heritage approach within the global agendas, no, within the urban global agendas. And from UN Habitat, we really think that Korea should be one of those champions. And I'm very glad to hear that you are available to start this conversation with national government as well, to be a stronger partner of this initiative. And I think that we should to evolve this discussion maybe on Thursday or during this week in order to make it possible. No, maybe Professor Mike and Francesco would like to add something on that regard.
Thank you very much, and would like to say I found very interesting the presentation of what you're doing. This is a major institute in in this field of urban metropolitan territorial planning. I was wondering, at this stage, so it's really a question for you. At this stage, what is cultural and natural heritage in your planning? Because we need to understand how culture and nature is and heritage in general is seen from an organization like yours, and perhaps we have to establish a dialogue that could be very interesting as an experiment also of interaction between a group that is essentially made of planners, but with the research focus, academic focus, and a group that is on the contrary more on the practice and policy. So I was wondering, really the question is, what is heritage for you in your system?
Wow. Actually, I'm a transportation engineer, and frankly speaking, I'm not the expert at that heritage area. But as you know very well, Korea has more than 5,000 history, and during those history, we have accumulated various kinds of heritage, including a lot of temples and palaces, and we have very strong program for protecting and preserving that kinds of our set. But if you say what is the heritage,
I think that Chris has a lot of the research in relation to the urban regeneration project around this heritage, like there are several cities using the heritage as kind of the driving forces for the urban regeneration. So maybe that's a good example for how the Chris just doing something using the heritage in each cities.
Yes.
And
as a smart city planner, just utilizing my expertise, recently I provide the Peru Lima, the city Lima, and they have a very nice historic heritage in the center of the city, and they really want to utilize that heritage for their tourism promotion. So a lot of IT technology are being applied for providing the tourists this heritage information for when they come to Lima. because of the corona, their tourism and is collapsed down. So they really want to promote it by the IT and smart city services. So this is one good example for utilizing IT for promoting the heritage tourism promotion in Peru, Lima. So so you are now in Seoul. So Seoul also has been developed their smart city application for more than 30 years. And there are a lot of in terms of tourism, a lot of IT application and information provision software are already developed. So if you, so that is the one utilization aspect in Korea, but philosophically or policy oriented, I'm sorry, I cannot answer. And that's because that's not my.
Okay,
so.
we have a distinguished style from Paris, the capital of the culture.
Yeah,
so I like to invite the Eric to the floor.
First question will be more on the metropolis, because Chris is working on the what is a metropolis, in fact, and because it is related, and you know that it is related to the mobility basin. And so I'm very curious to know, to see what changed during the COVID crisis, how the metropolis of Seoul was reduced or moved because of e-working, because of reduction of mobility. And so this affects the mobility basin, in fact. And there is a lot of change related to the smart city, related to e-market, e-logistics, logistic change in the city, and the mobility change. So you have a lot of things that are in the behavior of people are changing. And I would like to have an idea about what is the change in the metropolis itself related to the smart system.
Actually, in Seoul, 20 years ago, we have very hell-like mass transportation system. But from that time, we had organized various kinds of metropolitan mass transportation system, including the subway and the transferring the bus and one integrated transport card. So it is getting, the usage ratio is getting increased. But after COVID-19, a little more individual style of transportation, including the personal mobility, like a bicycle and sharing bicycle and some scooter and something like that. Their using ratio has been increased because of the COVID-19. But based on my perspective, there is no big difference because Seoul is already very condensed area. So they had to use the mass transportation. So I think just a little bit increasement of the individual transportation mode, but not so remarkable change I've been noticed. So that's in terms of that, that is my perspective. Yeah.
My second question is related to the infrastructure. For example, transportation and the smart, the data center, for example. Do you consider that big infrastructure can be considered as heritage for the future? Are you working on that? Yeah.
So infrastructure as a heritage.
Yeah, because it is part of the DNA of the metropolis, in fact. Train, the metro is, the metropolis cannot exist without that. So it is part of the metropolis, and so it is part of his heritage, perhaps, if it's introduced in some policy.
So as I mentioned before, I'm a transportation guy, so I'm very proud of the Korean's transport infrastructure. So I'm teaching that area in the university. Actually, you might know the Seoul to Busan Expressway. 430 kilometers of Seoul to Busan Expressway, 4-lane at the time. At the time, we were the poorest country. So everybody protests why we need this kind of luxurious transport infrastructure, because they have spent 1/4 of the national budget for making this 4-lane highway, expressway, actually. But this infrastructure totally changed Korean economy. They have played really, really great work as a transport corridor for the logistics. And alongside this expressway, a lot of industrial complex, factories, and cities, and more metropolis has been formed. So after that, now we have a 7x9 expressway, almost 4,500 kilometers. That works great. So based on my analysis, every Korean, they are earning every year more than $4,000, every Korean, because of this national heritage. Why? Because if we didn't have this kind of national expressway network, then every Korean people had to pay a lot of congestion charging, congestion fuel, gas, and a lot of environmental issue they had to spend for resolving this issue. So based on this national heritage, I would say, in this case, I really want to say this is our heritage. So I'm very proud of this system. And in terms of, but every major transport infrastructure, including the Korea Highway, Korea Train Express, KTX, and Incheon International Airport, every transport infrastructure, they had to spend more than 30 years from the dreaming to reality. But a lot of conflicts, a lot of protesting, demonstration happened for each stakeholders. But finally, after 20 years, after 30 years, finally we realized it. And then now we really realize that this kind of transport infrastructure can be real national heritage for our descendant. And so, yeah, I have a lot of things to say if you, but let me stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I give you 2 hours, you maybe speak 2 hours. Antonella, you have another question? Okay, go ahead. Comment or question?
Because
yeah, it works.
right now, what you said about the way in which you are able to integrate data, it's super relevant, because I think that, first of all, your documental approach when you spoke about heritage, so how is possible to use data to document the heritage that we have, I think that is absolutely in line with something that we should do as Heritopolis. But I'm interested in 2 other issues. I do think that what you mentioned, so the possibility to have a platform that integrate data among different departments, it's something new. And from my point of view, is an incredible relevant approach regarding the smart city, because smart city works in silos, but with data. And I don't know how your platform works, but I'm really curious. And in particular, I'm curious regarding the fact if you are able to produce specialized data. So which kind of maps do you provide for planners? I'm speaking about the fact that in some cases, it's not so easy for all the level of official to interpret data. But if you are able to specialize these integrated data in a map, probably that it should be an incredible tool for planners. That is the first. The second question is about governance of data, because speaking about heritage, and for example, speaking about the fact that I absolutely agree with you, infrastructure as a metropolitan project is mandatory. But it's a matter of fact that the impact on the territory and on the settlement is very huge. So when we go deep into the local scale, that is the scale of that pattern of linkage urban-rural or pattern of settlement, we don't have data. But to measure the impact of this infrastructure, you need this local data. Do you have a special policy for the governance of data? So how do you detect a good data, how you build your data when you don't have, and how you protect the privacy of the local agent or the local owners that you have to localize? Because, for example, at Politecnico di Milano right now, for every map, for every inquiry, we have to sign a very strictly policy when we use personal data, when we work at the local scale. So in our case, we used to work with global data that are absolutely in line with our idea that we should produce a typology of metropolis. But when we go deep into the local scale, do you have a governance of data, a tool, a proposal that we should use?
Okay, so let me answer the first question. Okay, so for the smart city application, for example, every department has its own very limited database. If we only utilize that limited database, the result should be also very limited. So that's the reason we need to integrate. For example, when we find out the additional CCTV location, okay, so where is the crime vulnerable area, and we need a lot of statistics of the crime happenings from police, and where is the street light are located from each facility department, and various kinds of GIS layer analysis we need. So in that case, we need to collect all the information, and then by GIS technology, by GIS overlaying technology, we can find where is the most appropriate and the best location for the new additional CCTV. So in Korea, if you cannot find out any CCTV in front of your house, then they ask the authority, why you don't install the CCTV in front of my house? But in case of some Western cities, why you install the CCTV in front of my house? Are you supervising me? So this is totally different culture. But so in a nutshell, the Korean really believe that if I sacrifice my privacy, then the authority will secure my safety, my security. So that's kind of a trade-off. So as you see in Korea, every day, at least 300 to 500 times your face are taken by the CCTV. So there is no privacy, frankly speaking. But in the 10 years ago, we have established a very, very strict law for the individual information protection law. So only the crime or investigator, if they need this kind of information, they can see. But other than that, it is almost impossible. So this kind of very strict privacy protection, and recently we also established a Data Industry Act, so which promotes the utilization of database for the industrial purpose. So we really want to make formulate a kind of a data industry, because as you already said, the importance of the integration and the power of integrated database is very, very strong. So we are encouraging this kind of data industry promotion act. So that's how we are promoting the smart city service. And we see a lot of crime resolving phenomenon, effect by this CCTV and database monitoring system. During the last decades, a lot of kidnapping are resolved by this CCTV network system and so on. So the Korean people really believes that this kind of security system will secure our children. Of course, we had to sacrificing, but the very strong individual protection law exists. Yeah, so that's how we are doing. And so I'm not sure if I'm answering your two questions.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Most of the people do not know that the fact we have two different layers of the government institute. One level is the central government, the higher level, and just cover up the whole national land. That is the CRIS, okay, only institute. And the other one is the municipal-based the research institute, like SDI, Seoul Development Institute, Busan Development Institute, Daegu Institutional Development. So those are kind of the small narrow down the viewpoint, just covering up their own jurisdictions. But the CRIS is quite different. They are just cover up the whole the nationwide policy. So I think that CRIS might be a counterpart for the UN Habitat, because UN Habitat covered more global sense. And in the Korean national the land, CRIS is the appropriate agency to cover up whole different the municipalities together. Why? Because of my experience, I was working for some evaluator for the national government, the funding the research institute for a while, over 5 or 6 years. As far as I remember, CRIS is always top 1 or top 2 the research institute compared to any other institutions in Korea. So I think my word is pretty enough to let you understand a little bit more about the CRIS. And Mike, do you have a question, right? Okay, using your microphone.
Well, thank you for the for the presentation. It's literally amazing. I've got really one very simple question and then perhaps a more complex one. The first one is that do you have any connection with beyond UN Habitat, like UNESCO or any other UN body, which then sort of would relate then to Antonella's comment regarding more integrative reporting?
Yeah. Actually, there is no regular. So the World Bank is under UN, no?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Sorry?
Yeah. World Bank. Yeah. And we have a very close relationship with World Bank. Every year we have annual workshop with them. And also I, by myself, the UN PKO, you know, the peacekeeping operation. And I have provided some concept idea for smart camp in PKO camp last June, and that's all. And for the relationship with UN and UN Habitat, we just as a participant. Our role was participant. We don't have any regular base, so that's the reason I'm looking for some more close relationship with UN Habitat.
So in fact, what we are looking at is sort of a really components therefore of heritage, which is building on what Antonella asked. So the question is that the capacities of Heritopolis, which currently is now 22 universities and metropolises, or it's actually coming together, the capacity to be able to provide comparative data, or in fact to discuss with Chris what sort of data is happening, how can we then provide and add comparative data which you would then be able to use and other people would benefit from. So that is really the first part. The second one, is there room for initiative? On one hand, we're reporting the past, we're looking at trends of the present, but we're also looking for new knowledge for the future, because we're now ending with the decade of action. and we're moving into something new, the post SDGs.
Mhm.
SDGs are now old history. So what is then the capacity of actually dealing with this, and especially a more intricative part about, for instance, you mentioned about transport as heritage, but the other thing is that transport, which your corridors you spoke about, opens up access to culture, opens up access of people to natural heritage, recreation, and other livelihoods. So these are other aspects which need to be measured for well-being of the community. As these aspects then could be part and parcel of action which Heritopolis could provide to Chris? Question mark.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your comments, and I will keep in mind frankly speaking, I need a little bit more detailed discussion inside our research institute, and I have to meet some this area expert. Actually, we have some old OB and YB of this research area. So after that, then we will a little bit more detailed propose for the future cooperation with Habitat and Heritopolis. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. More questions?
Just a short question. Surely it is the case that you work at the scale of metropolitan areas. You did some studies like that. When we say Seoul, it's 22, 24 million inhabitants. You are working at the scale, or?
In our research institute?
Yeah.
Okay, so actually, our research dimension is, as Professor Choi said before, the whole nation as a one nation, and there is national territorial plan. And our second dimension is metropolitan, like a Seoul metropolitan, not only just Seoul, but also the Seoul metropolitan area, as 23 million people are living there, because this should be deal with the central government, not local government. So for example, Ministry of Land Infrastructure and Transportation, they 3 years ago, they established a new committee for the metropolitan transportation, like transportation management. Okay, so we also dealing with this scale. So we have 5 metropolitan area, actually more than 1 million population, as you know. So every metropolitan area, we have provided some metropolitan planning, including all the urban and transportation planning, land use planning, and so on, and how they combine and how we look as like a one city. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to invite the followers. And is there anyone who has some comment or questions? Please raise your hand. Klaus? Okay. Klaus Peter? Yeah, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I was listening with great appreciation to the topics of your institute. And I think I worked for 25 years in the German Institute of Urban Affairs, which I think is a little bit, you could compare to this. It is financed by mainly by the cities, but also by the federal government. And the work is the government and the cities tell what are the topics. And it was founded in 1975. And at that time, the topics have been social studies, social housing, the economic development, and of course, transportation. But heritage did not play a role, not at all. And this changed in the 1990s because culture and heritage was regarded as a soft factor for the a very dominant factor for the economic development. And so heritage became a topic there. And for example, we did surveys on culture and heritage, the costs for the cities, how many German marks do the city need for the infrastructure in culture and in heritage? I think it was really interesting, and but these are only one topic of this. But well, in the last 20 years, culture and heritage became a dominant topic in the research, and I think what you just mentioned earlier, this could be also a development of heritage in your institute.
Thank you very much, Klaus-Peter, for your comment. And just I remind all of us small chatting with Francesco and Mike 2 days ago. We just talking about the heritage, and Francesco told me that what is the best part to deal with this heritage? That would be urban planning. So the urban planning combined with the heritage. So Korean case, we have the government agency, we call it Cultural Heritage Administration. So we call it CHA. But CHA is never deal with this urban planning. Yeah, they only Conservation and Promotion Act. But I think 5 years ago, actually the e-commerce has a certain title for the annual assembly, like the heritage as a driver of economic development. So we put heritage a more meaningful way, because heritage is not just a target for the conservation, but it can be a tool for the economic development. So I think that the Chris is in charge of the whole national territorial planning, and the heritage itself is getting more important because it is the asset for our future generation. So might be, Dr. Lee, if possible, this is time you hired many heritage experts, right? How do you think about that?
Yeah, frankly speaking, after this discussion, I really realized that the importance of the heritage and how we can utilize that asset for the future economy and the cultural development. So I will tell definitely our president for hiring more expert of this area. Yeah.
Thank you very much. You know, my background is also the urban geographer, but I found that just dealing with just the infrastructure and the hardware of the urban stuff is not enough. We need to put down the humanities combined with these hardwares. So the urban affairs. So without human beings, there are no real urban places. I mean, every time we call it places, it means the space with human memory and human living. So this is what we now is time to turn around our viewpoint.
I see.
Yeah, for the territorial planning too.
At this moment, I'd like to introduce our urban planning style of heritage in Korea. In 1971, we have designated almost 6.7% of our land as green belt. At the time, actually, we didn't know how importance of this kind of policy, green belt policy. We just learned from the maybe from the UK or not. But after designating this green belt, especially in Seoul metropolitan area, we really we could manage the urban sprawl. Okay, without this, I would say this, I don't know what kind of heritage is this, but after 50 years later, this is real great heritage of Korea in urban planning aspect. So that's the reason you can see a lot of green space from the center of Seoul, and each metropolitan city, you can see the green belt. So whenever I see a lot of urban sprawl issue in all over the world metropolitan area, Korea was so lucky. So I want to emphasize that in terms of urban planning, the Greenbelt was real our heritage. I don't know if I'm saying.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. The
Yeah.
Greenbelt is amazing. That's the
Yeah.
miracle for the saving the Greenland throughout this rapid urbanization process in
Right.
Korea.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think this confirms what you were saying. I think you need to really identify the heritage component of your planning areas, because this adds an important dimension and enriches, by the way, the way in which you interpret the territory and the land. And so, yes, I think you should have a heritage person, or at least somebody that helps on that.
Okay. Dr. Kim? Yeah, okay. You have a comment?
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Professor Choi. Well, actually, I really enjoyed your presentation about the activities of Greece, since I was not really aware of your various works as well. So it was a good opportunity to study. And taking this opportunity, let me express my deep appreciation for supporting this event on behalf of the member of the organizing committee from the Konkuk University. Professor Choi was saying that Greece need to work with more heritage experts in the near future. And in addition to that, I have a small favor to request to you as well, since you are the leading organization, institute in Korea in the field of urban planning. Because during the session too, we were talking about how to involve the municipal government officers to think in a heritopolis way. They need to be exposed to this kind of idea. More dynamic and more changing nature of the metropolis, considering the heritage aspect. So I think you are in the right position to approach those, the metropolitan government officers to be exposed to this kind of idea. I'm talking about some kind of, like policy level dialogue, or workshop, or some concrete guidelines to be developed for them to know more about the heritopolis, this notion. So this is my small request for your future work. I'm sorry to add your more jobs on your shoulder, but I think it's very critical, and I believe many experts in the field of heritage can help you to move forward concerning these parts, together with many experts in the urban planning in Greece. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Professor Mike Turner has a certain proposal about some international cooperative project. Yeah, Isan.
Thank you, Jay, for giving me the floor. I was thinking of perhaps another time talking about it, but nevertheless, one of the things that we've been looking at in Israel currently is the issues of densification. And we looked at the last figures of the World Bank, looking at the most dense countries in the world, and who are above 8 million people. So it's not taking away the smaller areas. And except for Bangladesh and Taiwan, it is Korea, Israel, the Netherlands, and Rwanda. So this is a very, very critical issue about dispersal, and in fact links very much to transportation policies, more specifically between transportation and mobility and accessibility. I think these are probably wider terms rather than just simply transport. And we are interested in developing a comparative study which would then look at these 4 countries. We'd actually had made a first presentation at the WOOF 11 together with Konkuk University, TU Delft and the University of Rwanda. And we think that this would be a very important further activity which might be considered and will have a great relevance. We are working together with UN Habitat with Salvatore, that's in the Vandamo. That's so it is a coordinated project, and we're hoping also to have a conference which we will then invite these people together. So we might have the opportunity of having a side discussion on this at a later time.
Okay, very good. Yeah, totally agree.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. And I was one of the backup that project too, but personally, I'm just a university professor. I'm not enough power to engage that one international project. So maybe Chris is the best institute to work together, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Eric.
We have some requests. Just very, very quick. We launched a working group. It's another topic. It's not heritopolis, but it is related to planning the megapolis regarding climate change. What is the big shift in planning? And so we're working with about 15 megapolises, and we would like to invite people who are working on Seoul, metropolitan megapolis size, so the 23 million inhabitants, and to see how it is planned today, and what is the shift you are doing in planning facing the challenge of climate change. So the idea is to have a series of webinars with each of these mega cities like New York, Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo, Istanbul, Beijing, etc., and to take times to have a presentation for 45 minutes and to have a discussion for around 1 hour with people from planning in the different megacities, and to understand well. And at the end, perhaps we can have some statement from the megapolises to present during WOOF 12 in it will be in Dubai, no, in Cairo, excuse me, in 2024. And if we find some possibility, we can have a publication on that. So I would like to see if Chris would be interested in to participate.
Based on my perspective, maybe that we need to find the expert from SDI. So yeah, Development Institute. Because they are dealing with the everyday the megapolis issue. Okay. So maybe they would have more very in-depth data and information, because they are dealing with every day. Their main research target is Seoul metropolitan area and inside Seoul. So definitely we can find the right person for that research activity.
And you know, who we will contact in SDI?
Let me discuss with the Professor Chair for that, because the SDI is also a very big institute. They have more than almost 200 research staff they have, and their main research topic is like a megapolis issue.
Okay.
So definitely they have a very good expert, because as I said before, our research institute is concerning the region and some nationwide, not a specific city so maybe that will be better, I think, at the moment.
Thank you very much.
I only would like to add something regarding mobility, what in the heritopolis framework we should do, because imagine the logistica and how the logistical is consuming our territory. What is going on in Europe, for example, is the fact that the logistica is exit from the interport, and different companies are starting to occupy peri-urban area in every municipality. So what I think that we should do with the heritopolis in the direction of work with data, we should provide an interpretation of data, is to be able to analyze the sustainability of the logistical meta district along the entire section of landscape, because usually we evaluate the sustainability of the logistica only in the last mile. But what's happened regarding the fact that you have the green belt, but the green belt should be also a tool to absorb CO2. So when you plan the path of the logistica, not only, but related to the geography and not only related to the efficiency of the system, you should evaluate the impact of the emission in the different landscape. It's different to an emission of CO2 in a settlement or in a very strong wood, for example. So, and also from a social point of view and from a physical point of view, the impact of the immobility infrastructure should be evaluated due to the fact that you have this system of integration of data. So you should have data regarding the emission, data regarding the air, the soil, the social aspect, the physical aspect of the city, working with that platform that should integrate the data. And how is it possible, due to the heritopolis approach, to study the impact, the physical impact, because we are speaking about human heritage, but right now we have to speak about a natural capital heritage. That should be another important element related to mobility, I guess. So it should be really important to understand how your platform works in that possibility to integrate the data and how you built your data of the impact of the mobility on the territory and the air, water, settlement, and society.
So whenever we make a kind of a transport infrastructure like a roadway, highway, we have the developer have to propose the feasibility study result. So how feasible and how beneficial of this transport infrastructure. In that report, they have to provide the economic benefit ratio, cost to benefit ratio, and also they have to provide the environmental impact report, including the air pollution, as you said, and the CO2 and even transport accident reduction effect, and how to save the fuel consumption based on this transport infrastructure. And then they make it a kind of monetary value, and then they provide them social benefit, and they had to prove this benefit exceed the cost. And then finally the central government provides some budget, half of them or 30% of them, then the project can be going on. So that's the process of how we appraise and how we assess the impact. And so I don't know if I'm answering.
The point is the cultural impact on the society and on the settlement and on the physical image also of our landscape probably is not so involved in that impact analysis until now.
So actually there was some issue when we built the Seoul Beltway, Seoul ring road. We built this ring road around the Seoul Greenbelt because that area can be easily developed as a road, the expressway. When we developed that expressway, 8 lane, there was some conflicts for the resident because the expressway line had to go through some citizen parks. Okay, so if they build this expressway, then definitely it will obstruct all they had to demolish this citizens park. Okay, so around the area, the resident has demonstrated to protest this project. So they even issue a lawsuit to the central government, but the result of the lawsuit has been turned out that that we need to sacrifice small for the big. Okay, so that is at the time in 1990s, the judge said that for the majority's benefit, the minorities' benefit can be sacrificed. So finally, we could have that kinds of ring road in Seoul, around the Greenbelt area in Seoul, but transport in logistically, the ring road was really great. They have reduced a lot of traffic congestion in the downtown of the Seoul because they can deviate all the transportation logistics. But culturally, as you said, some resident, some citizen sacrifice their their green space enjoying opportunities.
Sometimes it's a matter of communication.
Yeah,
Because you spoke about 30 years for a metropolis to plan an infrastructure. In Italy, we had the problem of airport. It takes 20 years to build an international airport with a lot of contestation and money that we spend on corruption. So probably to have a participatory approach also when we speak about mobility should be interesting.
Right.
Thank you, Antonella. Thanks for your question and comment. I think that over 90 minutes just answering on the Zoom would be a kind of a torture. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. I really appreciate what you did for tonight.
Yeah.
And I will call you later. Personally, express my thanks, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think that I have no questions from our audiences, so I'd like to let you free. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah.